Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 26 Announcements. Seems like I misunderstood and he did indeed waste the Pandora boxes. Other than that, please welcome Mutant-san as our new editor Santilda. 3. After seeing Ray's and Rosa off from outside Silicon Dungeon, I looked at Emily who was beside me and gave my gratitude. Thank you. You seem to know where I was, huh? I heard it from Elsa-san when she passed the box to Midisu. She said that Yoda-san will definitely come here and rescue them. No desu. Oh, I see. I unintentionally let out a bitter smile. Since I do not want any rogue monsters escaping from the Pandora box if I left it around, I thought of letting Elsa hold on to it, but I guess she passed it to Emily. I was thinking of slowly converting them to flame bullets afterwards, but she came here and used it to help me. After looking at her insightful, I gave her lots of praise. Thank you, Emily. The pleasure is mine now. No desu. Shall we find a place to grab a meal then? Since Emily had helped me lots, I want to treat you a feast. If it's like that, then let's head back home. I've actually heard of a new recipe recently, and I want Yoda-san to be the first one to try it. No, but it's as thanks, you know. If it's thanks, shouldn't we bring Emily to a place to eat instead of cooking by yourself? That's precisely why. No desu tilde. The end of her word sounded like a heart shape was placed there, while Emily captures joy with those beautiful smile. She really is ... so adorable. My chest felt warm after looking at her. Thus I give in and let her do whatever she wants. At least let me get a good steak before heading back home. I want one that lets me enjoy the taste of the food while sipping on it. Any recommendations? I heard that distilled liquor is a good match for it. Desu. Yoshi, let's buy a bottle for 2 then. Yes, Desu. Following the flow, after a day's work and some other stuff that happened, I can finally be with Emily and walked home together. The next day, I want to head to Nonium early in the morning, but it's not to strengthen my abilities. First off, I went to town to buy some common collection boxes. Since the box is only ever used by people with special hobbies, one box cost 10k Piro, which is weirdly expensive, though it's not like I can't buy it, and I even bought 6 boxes. I first used the first 4 boxes, and used them to replenish my freeze and flame bullets for a total of 100 for both of them. Since I've used up almost all of it yesterday, it is in need of replenishment. As for the last 2 boxes, I went ahead to the 3rd floor of Nonium and hunted mummies to store the speed-up seeds in the boxes, and thus I'd gotten hold of 100 new special bullets. The special bullets that I'd gotten from the mummy have a special effect. I ran some tests with it, and after finally understanding the effects of it, noon came. Thus I went back to Shikaro to meet up with Emily. We went to the usual store called, and together with Emily pushed the magic cart full of dandelion. TLN, name is. Since Elsa's counter is sort of empty, we went to her direction. Yo. Rita-san ... and also Emily-san. Today as usual, I want you to help us with the dropped items. Okay. Please wait for a moment. Elsa went towards the magic cart and took out the dandelions, and started weighing them. By the way, I've heard of rumors regarding you. Seems like during the magical storm, Rita-san went inside Silicon Dungeon and rescued someone. It's already become a rumor? That is something praiseworthy. Really? I guess so. Now that I think about it, yesterday's situation really put me on edge. Inside a dungeon where magic cannot be used, I'd gotten myself surrounding by monsters with 100%, maybe, physical resistance. Thinking back at it really gives me the chill. Afterwards I saved her. I guess it would become rumors. Her name was Rosa, right? Is she alright? To be honest, I heard that she isn't in great condition. What do you mean by that? The magical storm this time around seems to be strong enough that everyone in town could not use magic. Since Rosa-san's injuries are quite severe, it's bad because no one can use recovery magic right now. If that's the case, why don't they just bring her to another town? That is ... her injuries are bad to the point where it's best not to move her around. I see. That's why ... even though this is something harsh, they said that before the magical storm subsides, can her body still take it? I'm sorry for suddenly talking about such heavy subject. Ito, the calculations are done. In total where is Rosa staying right now? AWH. Why? Please tell me. Where is she right now? I looked at Elsa straight in the eyes. Her face suddenly went bright red, and told me about it while being flustered. I arrive at Shikaro's biggest hospital. According to Elsa, Rosa is currently staying in one of the rooms in this hospital. I went inside the room, and there laid Rosa on the bed with a painful expression, and laying beside her is Reyes, who is staring at her with dark circles beneath his eyes. You were yesterday's. It's Saturia. How's her condition? As you can see, it's not great. The doctor said that if tonight passes, and the magical storm has not subsided, I understand. Though we are waiting for a healer, but even though they arrive, if the magical storm doesn't subside. Q. Why did this happen? Reyes hit the wall. His fist then leak out blood. Not just his fist, but his lips are also bleeding. He's sad to the point that he bit his lips. I looked at Rosa. Her face full of pain is showing a lack of blood, and it's as white as a paper. Though tonight might not be the last, but is there anything we can do right now? I then took out my gun, and positioned it. Wait. What the hell are you doing? I'll end it quick. Ending it quick, since saying anything now is a waste of time. I shot at Rosa. The bullet went straight into the middle of her torso. Immediately after, a bright white light is covering her body. That was my last shot. Out of all the hundreds I'd gotten, I wasted 99 of them to test the effects of the special bullets from the rogue mummies. The white light, it's a healing light. Healing bullets was what I decided to name it after testing out the effects. The painful expression of Rosa is slowly becoming calm, and her complexion seems to have recovered. I guess with this it's fine, though it's better to ask a doctor to check up on her. Yo, you saved her. Reyes became relieved. With this it's finally complete. Seems that it's the same as when I saved her from Silicon. Thank you so much. Really? Thank you so much. Reyes continuously thanked me before I left the hospital. TLN note, I really love to troll ya all. 3 sorry greater than W. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 27. Sorry for the delay. Recently assignments are piling and exams are coming greater than W+. I recently gotten hold of Nier Automata. ARGH. 2B is too cute. The next morning, I dive into Nonium's 3rd floor. The monsters roaming in this floor are the bandaged mummies. I somehow get a feeling that they're weak against fire. I loaded the flame bullet, and went hunting for a mummy. I immediately encountered one. I then approached the macho mummy that is sticking out both its hand, and fired it with the flame bullets. At the center of its body, a magical formation opened up, and the mummy burned up. Although it was in flames, it was still moving forward. 1 step, 2 step, slowly inching its way to me, and finally, it fell down the ground. After fidgeting for a while, it stopped moving, the body disappeared and a seed dropped. I picked it up and +1 speed get. This is good, since firing it with normal bullets doesn't seem to be effective, and dealing with close quarters combat is somewhat dangerous and inefficient too. But with this flame bullets, it's 1 shot 1 kill. Plus it's safer. 3rd floor of Nonium, mummy. If I have this flame bullets, I can finally defeat them at a safe distance. After half a morning has passed, I've already increased my speed to C. Just so you know, even though I know that I'm not confirming it, but after increasing my strength and HP to S, I kinda got a feel as to knowing when my stats would change, so I know for a fact that it's increased to C from D. TLN. I'm not sure what the novel wrote, but I felt that this is what it's trying to say. DCHP. The latter half of the morning was put to using the collection box Pandora box, to collect seeds. Holding on to the box, I went looking for mummies, and defeated it with flame bullets. Again holding on to the box, looking for more of them mummies, and defeat it with flame bullets. After countless repetition, I finally gotten 50 bullets that I can convert it into healing bullets. Afternoon came, I was pushing the magic cart full of bean sprouts that is worth around 40k Piro as a daily routine to the dot. The person who helped me calculate all of the bean sprouts to exactly 40k Piro was Ina. Well then, it's time to hunt some carrots. Sata-san. Are you free right now? Ina suddenly called my name. She had a difficult expression as if wanting to tell me something. A person who gets along well with Elsa, with a bright and cheerful expression greeting her friends. That is the image of Ina. This is the first time she's made that kind of facial expression. It's quite rare and it piqued my interest. I have some things to discuss. We can't speak over here. After finish saying, she brought me outside the shop. She brought me to the back of the store where there's nobody around. To be honest. My family, we run a grocery store. TLN. I see, but it's just not profitable. Isn't Shikaro an agricultural city? Though with many other grocery stores, and they all sell similar stuffs, it's difficult to attract customers. Fumu. So I wonder if it's possible that Sata-san would have any eye-catching product for our store to sell. She then looked at me with upturned eyes. I guess it's not possible. It's fine, I answered back. I thought that why not help her out. Tararu Dungeon. I'm currently inside the 5th floor. In order to sell something eye-catching in her store, I have to come up with something that is never seen before. While thinking that, I came to the 5th floor. After walking for a while, a monster appeared. It's a slime, but it's not your average slime. There are several slimes. One of the slimes then suddenly swallowed the rest of the slimes. The slime that swallowed the other slimes changed its shape. The two slimes look like they are connecting to each other. That two-shaped slime then swallowed another slime, and this time 3 slimes are connected together. Apparently, this slime grows in number by eating up its brethren. TLN. Brutal. There's something like this too in a game. While thinking so, I took out my gun. First off, let's try using the normal bullets. I aimed at it carefully, and shot its head. The head that I shot exploded, but the body then regrow another head. Kintaro aim. Wait, no, is this like a Daruma toy? TLN, a type of sweet. That was the image I come up with when looking at the slime. I guess using normal bullets here is inefficient. I then swap it with the flame bullets. I dodged the snake-like slime that suddenly jumped towards me. After passing by each other, I aimed at it and fired. The slime was in flame. The flaming Daruma fell on the ground and stopped moving. Pawn. A huge watermelon dropped. I carry the watermelon out of the dungeon. Ina, who was waiting at the entrance, immediately noticed my presence. Sata-san. Here you go. Thank you. This is Sata-san's. Ina was staring at the watermelon that I was holding. This is rather normal. TLN. Stop it, Mio. Sorry. That's not what I meant, Ito. The taste is probably really delicious and juicy. Maybe it's gonna be the same as Rita, bamboo, where the look is normal, but yep, just like you said. That's what's important, eh? She looked at me, stupefied in amazement. Please wait for a moment. Let me prepare some stuff first. In the meantime, please check for me the taste. Okay. While having a fox-like face, in order to bring that, I left it together with Ina behind. Evening came. This time I brought Tina along to Tararu's 5th floor. Instead of explaining it to her, bringing her and actually showing her is way easier. How was the watermelon? It was extremely delish. It's the first time I ever taste such juicy and sweet watermelon. As expected, Sata-san is amazing. I see, that means the product has no problems. If that's the case. Without completing my sentence, a slime appeared. It's a snake slime. The name is just as it is. Yep. Yoshi, watch closely. I checked my surroundings carefully. I'm currently checking whether the snake slime that is conjoined with 4 other slimes is the only one around us. After confirming so, I bring Ina along. I took out my gun, and leave an item on the ground. The snake slime then flew towards me. I aimed at it and fired the flame bullet. I thought that maybe it won't burn its whole body because of its length, but it's burning up quite nicely. Afterwards it fell on the ground and stopped moving. Afterwards, the watermelon dropped on the floor, and was instantly sucked up. It was sucked up into box that was on the ground, and you guessed it, it's the Pandora box. A collection box? Nope, This is slightly different. A group of people modified it and it is called a Pandora box. Pandora box? Ah, Satasan's face appeared. As you can see, when I defeat a monster and its item dropped, the item is then sucked into the box and the face of the person who defeated the monster will appear on the box. If it's this, wouldn't it become a unique product? Ina gasped. Satasan '(s.) She then took the Pandora box with my face on it. As she was looking at the box with the producer's face, her eyes gradually began to shine brightly. The next day, early morning, before going to the dungeon I dropped by a town. After knowing the place in advance, I went to Ina's family store. The grocery store which had just opened in the morning is crowded with people. All the customers are currently looking at the front of the store displaying the Pandora box which I brought for them. What is that box? You don't know? That is a box that Princess Margaret recently used as her new air box called Pandora box. It is a mechanism used to know who the producer is when defeating a monster. Hey, so this watermelon is produced by that guy. What was his name again? Rita. Satu. Oh yeah, the bamboo. Wait a minute. If it's Rita's drop I want it. No, I will buy it first. If the bamboo is that delicious, this watermelon must be the same. The entrance of the store suddenly turned into a battlefield. With the customers who are noisily trying to buy the watermelon, it attracted other customers who are interested in what's going, further increasing the crowd. Afterwards, it turned into an auction, and the crowd then attracted even more crowds to come. Thank you so much, Satasan. Oh, it's Ina. Out of nowhere Ina suddenly appeared beside me. Well, it is her home. Her head is slightly facing down, while her eyes are looking at me while thanking me. Really, thank you so much. You're welcome. After completing this request, toppled with a thank you, I'm twice as happy. By the way, the person who are selling the Pandora box with Princess Margaret's air in it, came and thanked me too. Only some can get my lame joke for this featured image greater than W. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 28. Since today is a really special day for me and I'm really happy, so I decided to stop playing Nier Automata my assignments for a while and try publishing 2 chapters for today, hopefully greater than. In the morning, before heading into Nonium, I went ahead and checked my status from the know-it-all board near the entrance of the dungeon. 1/2, level 11, HP, S, MP, F, Strength, S, Stamina, F, Intelligence, F, Mentality, F, Speed, C, Dexterity, F, Luck, F, Dash. As per usual, my level stays the same. The only ones that increased are the ones that I leveled up using the seeds that dropped on this dungeon. Since the balance of my status is horrible, there's still a long journey ahead of me. Thus, I want to clear Nonium's dungeon all the way to the 9th floor and get all my stats to S eventually, as I helplessly thought and await for that day to come. So even though the balance is horrible as of now, but if I think of this as a means to nurture myself to get even stronger, then it would be way more fun that way. Now that I think about it, even in games where you befriend, tame a monster, the maximum status that monster can go would still be far lower than your average player. Thus, in order to further increase their levels, one must have an item or some other stuff to increase their status further. Thus, I thought of the thing that I have that helped me. I turned the status to page 2, and looked at the status displayed. 2/2. Vegetation S, Animal S, Mineral S, Magic S, Special Item S, Dash. What reflected on the display is the item drop stats. They are all S from the stats, nothing's changed from before. After confirming my status, I've gotten back my mood and dived right into the dungeon. First is to the 2nd floor. Usually, one might think of going to the 3rd floor first to gather the speed up seeds, but in order to be efficient on the 3rd floor, I must first get the flame bullets that are dropped by the rogue monsters of the 2nd floor. Hence why I'm heading to the 2nd floor first. By using the collection box, I dealt a headshot to those zombies that I encountered, and used the box to collect the seeds. By the way, though the undead monsters in Nonium Dungeon love to do surprise attacks, I did not receive any damage today by them. It's probably thanks to my speed being increased to C. Even though they suddenly appeared from the cracks of the walls, I'm able to dodge them and land on a safe distance, and calmly shoot them. As always, I'm able to experience the feeling of my skills increasing when going through a real battle. Thus, after gathering enough flame bullets, I head down to the 3rd floor and work my way in defeating the weak to flames mummy. Before noon arrived, I managed to increase my speed to B. For some reason, I don't have the motivation on working anymore during the afternoon. Since the weather is good, what's more the town isn't that crowded, I really want to take my time off for the rest of the day. Having to head to Tararu's 4th floor and defeat some bat slimes to get some bamboo shoots, and head down to the 5th floor and defeat one snake slime and suck up the watermelon using the Pandora box. And finish the day by delivering the minimum requirement to people with whom I have a relationship, was what I thought when, Rita-san, you've only ever been down to Tararu's 5th floor only, right? After delivering the bamboo shoots, and confirming the cash I received, Elsa asked me faint-heartedly. I've been inside though. Then how about the other dungeons? How far have you dived for the other dungeons? The rest? For Tararu it's up until the 5th floor. For Nonium it's the 3rd floor. For Silicon because I had to save someone I went till the 3rd floor. And finally for Arsenic I've only even been to the 1st floor. For saving someone I've actually never been into the 10th floor even once. Right, I see. Why, what's the matter? That's because, you haven't gotten your permit, right? Permit? As I was wondering what's that, I looked back at Elsa for answers. Since I'm still new to this world and there are still many things I do not know of. You don't know? Anyone who wants to dive in any dungeon in Shikaro further past the 5th dungeon, they need to have a permit. Is it something like a permit certificate? If I don't have that, it's bad. Yes, even though the dungeons in this world are generally for everyone to enter, but any dungeon after the 5th floor, the difficulty will spike up. Thus, any city who have dungeons must hold on to this policy. Since Shikaro is rather simple, you will need permission in order to go past the 5th floor. How about the other cities? Some cities have rules that if adventurers do not have their permit, they wouldn't be able to do trades, or if they are hurt when diving in the dungeon, the medical fees would triple. There are many more policies too. I understand now. It's better to have something to govern than having nothing at all. TLN. I'm not sure what he mean by that though. This is rather interesting. Since this world is a world where all products are dropped from monsters in the dungeon, there are some interesting rules for diving into dungeons. I then recall back when I was checking on my status during the morning. Since my drop rate is all S, I want to venture into other cities instead of the agricultural city of Shikaro. So then I'm asking you, while thinking about the various other cities, Elsa brought me back to reality. Again she timidly asked me in a somewhat apologetic attitude. I know that Rita-san hasn't obtained his permit, and would like to get one for himself. So, if the regulars who have permits unfrequently comes to the store would also rank up. I get it. I somehow understood what she's trying to say. The permit becomes somewhat of a parameter in determining the strength of someone. Since it's not affiliated with the adventurers, but to business owners, they seem to want to have them by their side. What that means is if they are more adventurers having the permit, then the appearance of the shop would increase. Elsa had her head downcast while looking at me. It seems that she has an expression of feeling sorry for asking such thing. Well, since I've been helped by Elsa a lot when coming to this store, I got it. If there's anything I need to do, please teach me. After understanding the conversation, I answered back to her with only 2 sentences agreeing. Receiving a map from Elsa, I finally arrived at Shikaro's government office. I went into the fabulous building that has various vegetable shapes, and following her explanation, I went down a floor. What was there was a wide area of space. Somehow, it reminded of a shooting range when I went to Hawaii a long time ago. There's only one counter, and there's a middle-aged man sitting behind the counter. The guy listlessly spoke to me. What do you want, Ito? I came here because I want to get a permit to dive further into the 6th floor. What are your achievements? I'm able to deliver watermelons at Turu's 5th floor. Following what Elzer taught me to say, the listless guy finally stood up. I'll test you. Test? The test is ... If you can defeat a monster below the 5th floor, then you pass. That's rather simple. Since it's easy to gauge whether you have the necessary strength to get past the 5th floor. That's true. The monsters in the dungeon that drops item are items that are used as products for this world. The aim of diving into the dungeon for this world isn't like in a game where you finish the 1st floor and are required to defeat a boss. What's important in this world is about diving in every day and secure back the products. Thus simple is best. If you can prove that you can defeat the monster, then obviously you won't have a problem in actually diving further. I understand. So I just have to dive into the 6th floor of Tururu dungeon and defeat a monster. No, over here is fine. While being perplexed, the guy already went ahead and prepared the necessary. In the middle of the huge space, a melon was placed there. I kinda know what's gonna happen. The guy returned and waited at a reasonable distance away from the melon. The melon then transformed into a rogue monster. The slime has a sort of metallic color on it. Let me guess, is it metal slime? It's a steel slime. It's tough to even negate a knife. I just have to defeat that, right? Yeah, I got it. Leaving the guy, I went in front. The steel slime then jumped around. It feels like there's no hostility. Even after noticing me, it didn't come and attack me, though I don't know why. I first tried hitting it, even though the steel slime was sent flying away, but it seems to not have taken any damage. It's tough. Even with my strength being S, there's hardly any damage at all. Well, when I was saying metal slime, I kinda expected it to be that tough. Then, it's time to get serious. I took out my gun and loaded 2 bullets. I then fired at the steel slime that is hopping around. I fired at it in different time. A magic formation appeared, and first a huge flame was emitted, then afterwards the place around it was frozen up. I slowly approach it, and lightly jab it. Clink. The steel slime shattered into pieces. By the way, a bullet was dropped, but before the guy could see, I quickly pick it up and store it away. What was that just now? Though his expression never changed, he sounded shocked. It's fatigue fracture. It occurs when something is instantly heated up and cooled down, and a material is subjected to these conditions, will be weakened, even if it's steel. I just learned of something amazing. The guy was seriously impressed, even though it's something common, but they do not know about it. Well, it's fine. After safely obtaining the permit, I can finally dive into all of Shikuro's dungeon up until the 10th floor, then I would have to get another permit again. After leaving the office, I sigh in relief. Freeze bullet and flame bullet, and also fatigue fracture. I really want another gun, as I helplessly thought. Blocks help plot armor, although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 29. Oh, the pun for this chapter. Got me. Well, as promised, I translated 2 chapters for today. 3 Enjoy. I formed a plan. In the morning, while having my breakfast in my sweet and warm home, I talked to Emily. I'll be leaving home for 2, no, maybe for around 3 days. Where are you going? Emily tilted her head. My eyes are feasting on the appearance of a 130 centimeters girl wearing an apron, while giving me a sense of security similar to my previous family. It really makes me want to push her luscious hair that is covering half her face while combing it gently behind. Yes, it's because I want to do it, so I can't help it. A certain translator San may or may not have drastically edited it. Oh right, I have something important in hand. I am in need of some money, probably around 1.5 million Piro. That much? Yep, but if I were to put in the effort of going through the dungeons that I know of and secure the products and trade it off respectively, in just 3 days, this is how much I can earn. Though in that 3 days of earning that amount of money, I will not get a wink of sleep. Of course I omit from speaking it to her, even though I did mention that I want to explore this world in a my pace way. But right now I really need this money for my goal, so that's the reason why you need to leave for 3 days. That's right. Although I will not be at home, but I will be strictly inside Turaru's dungeon. I understand, Isu. Emily easily agreed, though I feel somewhat troubled saying all these to her, but I'm grateful, was what I thought. I will go with you to Isu, for 3 days. I will be helping Yoda-san out, Isu. Emily smiled sweetly, as if it's already been decided. Turaru dungeon, first floor. A slime appeared, leading it on top of the magic cart. I used the normal bullet to shoot at it and defeat it, then the dropped bin sprouts smoothly went inside the cart. Repeating this process, I gathered around 40k Piro worth of bin sprouts. Then I'll carry it, no Desu. Are you really sure? Yes Desu, I want to help Yoda-san, no Desu. After saying, she lifted up all the bin sprouts from within the magic cart, and shove it inside her rucksack bag. What are you doing? There we go. Then I'll bring this to exchange for money. Yoda-san can continue using the magic cart, no Desu. Wait, isn't it heavy? It's okay na, no Desu. While smiling brightly, she lifted the rucksack and carried it away. The rucksack that is stuffed with an abundance of bin sprouts is being lifted up by the lily body Emily, where you can hardly see her body anymore. If you look at it from a different angle, it looks as though the rucksack is floating, while moving on its own. Even so, Emily's footsteps were vigilant. The 130 centimeters girl with a strength of A that could lift up a 100+ kilo hammer and spin it around like it's a toy, as expected of her. She came all the way here just to help me. I too have to work hard. I, who was left alone in the first floor, continued to push the magic cart around the vicinity, shooting the slimes and defeating it. Bin sprouts dropped, again defeating the slimes by shooting at it. Bin sprouts are dropped. When it looks like I've collected enough of the bin sprouts, Emily returned. Thank you for waiting, Desu. I've filled it up again. I'll carry it again for you, no Desu. I'm sorry. Oh, and I'm gonna hunt for carrots next. Okay Desu. I'll head to the second floor after carrying these, right Desu? I'm counting on you. After taking all the bin sprouts, I now went down to the second floor, and thus began the harvesting of carrots from the drowsy slimes. While firing my gun relentlessly, after some time, I collected exactly 40k Piro worth of carrots. Though I collected them, but this is bad. Looks like I'm running out of bullets. Another 3 more rounds and my normal bullets will be used up. It's true that even though I'm gonna run out of normal bullets, but I still have a ton left, which are my freeze bullet, flame bullet, and my healing bullet. Oh, and also that special bullet. But using them would be a waste of precious bullets. It left me with no choice, although this is somewhat inefficient. But if it does the job, then let's just do it. Thanks for waiting, Nano Desu. Emily. Wow, you've gathered a lot of carrots. Let me carry it then, Desu. Thank you. To rely on you. Oh, by the way, for the next batch you can take it easy, as the efficiency will slightly drop. Ah, if it's that, then it's no problem, Nano Desu. Follow me together, no Desu. Emily held my hand, and dragged me out of the dungeon. Along the way I asked what's wrong, but Emily refused to answer. She brought me to a secluded place, though Eve was there. It's a weird girl who has a proud bunny ears and is wearing a bunny suit that has a high level of exposure. Thanks for waiting, Nano Desu. Carrot. Yes Desu. Emily then took out 1 carrot from her rucksack, and handed it over to Eve. It is in fact Satu's carrot. Eve, who received her beloved carrot, smiled. Afterwards she ran towards me out of nowhere. Though looking at the corner, there are 10+ slimes gathering over there. It's as if Eve was a shepherd, leading her flock of slimes over here. Rogue monsters? I asked a favor from Eve-chan. I told her to guard the bin sprouts that turned into slimes, and the reward is the carrots. Alright Yoda-san, it's time to collect some bullets, no Desu. I was surprised, but was deeply moved. For Emily, to grasp an understanding of how many bullets I have left, took a portion of the bin sprouts and turned them into rogue monsters, plus asking a favor from Eve to help safeguard it. I've said before that I'll help Yoda-san with everything I can no desu. This is not the level of just helping anymore. But really? Thank you. You're welcome no desu. Emily had an extremely embarrassed expression while her cheeks are dyed red, and while carrying the 40k Piro worth of carrots, she went off like the wind. If I succeeded in achieving my goal, I definitely have to give my gratitude towards her. After getting the bullets that are dropped from the rogue monsters thanks to Emily, I again dive back into the dungeon, defeating the monsters, and collecting the drops, then afterwards letting Emily exchange them with money. While defeating them, if my ammo were to run out, then all I have to do is take one carrot to the top, and pass it to Eve and replenish my AOs. Thus, I wholeheartedly devoted myself in defeating the monsters. Morning passed, and soon afternoon passed, then night came, continuing even at midnight, and the next morning arrived too, and then afternoon, and then night. The night of the second day, Emily answered, "We have reached our goal of gaining 1.5 million Piro no desu. I can't believe we have reached our goal a day early." I then proceeded to praise Emily even more. Using the 1.5 million Piro, I bought one whole piece of tuna. As expected of a tuna, you need such huge amount of money to buy one. Midnight, outskirts of Shikaro, I placed the tuna on the floor where nobody can see and stare at it. Soon my heartbeat began to increase. It might be due to the fact that I stayed up all night, plus the moment I've been waiting for is in front of me. It caused my tension to rise. Having all these made my heart rate increase drastically. Finally the tuna is transforming into a rogue monster, and it became a gorilla. It was the gorilla who once rampaged in town, with a size similar to a house. Yoda-san, for this, I have to defeat it by myself. Yes desu. Emily returned my answer with a bright smile. While slowly approaching the gorilla, I prepared my gun and bullets. Previously, it was a tough battle, but now it's different. The gorilla seemed to have realized my presence. It swung its arms up, while opening its mouth showing off its sharp teeth, then ran towards me with an intimidating eyes. I fired the bullets. First is the freeze bullet. I aimed at all of its surrounding sides, and the gorilla was frozen up, leaving only the head. Roar! It roared extremely loud. The roar had feelings of rage mixed in it, making one's spine grow cold. The roar was so loud that we can be practically tone deaf. Afterwards, I swapped the bullets, and climbed on its frozen body. This is it. Reaching to its head, and aim my gun on its head in a point-blank range. I then proceed to relentlessly fire at its head. After emptying the bullets, I reloaded and fired again. Finally, the gorilla's head was blown away. At the exact same time, the bottom half of the body disappeared. Same as before, a gun and bullets, that would be my second gun, is dropped because of my rank S drop. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 30. Sorry for the delay in chapters, just finished assignments and am worried about getting an intern in a school now. LLL. The next day, Nonium Dungeon. Today, I want to test out on using the gun on my hand, and the gun on my other hand at the same time. For that purpose, in order to not run out of bullets and replenish them quickly, I brought together the collection box and came to Nonium. First off is the first floor. I was met with the usual skeletons. Since I was at a safe enough distance, I hold on to my dual handgun, aimed at it carefully and fired. Seeing that my firepower has increased because of an extra gun, the bone-like monster was hit by my bullets in various places, crumbling it apart. Next, I went down to the second floor, and searched for a zombie. As I have been hunting down here for a really long time, I sort of have a sense of feeling to pinpoint the exact location of where they are coming out and went straight there. I keep a fair distance away from it, wanting to deal a series of headshot onto it, but miserably fail. Different compared to the bony skeletons, the zombie had actual skin and meat attached to it, and when it took a few bullets from me, the body was seen dancing around. Just like the actors you see in the movie, I felt like one of them and feel a sense of satisfaction. Next is the third floor, was where I want to go to next when a zombie came with a surprise attack. The zombie that suddenly popped out made a groaning sound while grabbing hold onto my arms, so I tried to shake it off. I then proceeded to pick up the gun with my left hand, and used my right hand, which was holding the gun, and deal a headshot, though it was just a coincidence that I pick up the gun on my left. Gun equals kidda. I felt refreshed just thinking about it. Similar to an old movie, there was a battle style where dual pistols and Japanese martial arts were merged together, and having experienced it currently, made my tension went up. After refreshing myself, I venture down to the third floor, where the monsters are Myrigai, I mean a mummy with a tough body. TLN, I finally got the reference. Myrigai is actually a monster from Dragon Quest. Since my normal bullets have very little effect on the mummies, I went ahead and prepared the flame bullet and freeze bullet. While searching for it, I found one. I positioned both my guns and pulled the trigger at the exact same time. As such, both types of bullets hit the center at the same time. The mummy, full of bandages, was freeze up and burned up at the same time. It was a really pleasant situation. I am met with more mummies, and did the same combo, although I don't know whether it was by luck or by chance, but the bullets was hit during the middle of fire. Right before the mummy's body, the freeze and flame bullets were activated. Key N. A noise similar to a weird mosquito noise was ringing on my ear. Afterwards, I doubted what was in front of me. The mummy's body was gouged out. Being gouged out, I do not know if there is such parable. What used to be the mummy's chest wasn't there anymore when the two bullets collided. It's as though you draw a picture of a mummy, and only using an eraser to rub off one part of its body. That was what's happening right now. It's like a feeling of gouging a part of a body out. What is going on? The body disappeared, and I watched as the mummy dropped a speed-up seed, and tried understanding what had happened. Is it because the two bullets collided? Arsenic Dungeon, the first floor. Dokn, dokn. While walking near Arsenic Dungeon, a rhythmic sound was heard. Emily. Yoda-san, why did you suddenly come here? There's something I would like to try, and thought that the tough monsters here are the optimal test subjects. While saying, I turned around and looked. The monsters in Arsenic are rocks. Even having your strength as S, there are plenty of hard rock type monsters in this dungeon that are too troublesome to break. Something you want to try? I'm sorry, but I would be taking some of the monsters. Though we are a partner, in this world where dungeon produces everything, monsters are like quasi-property. I thought she would refuse, but please go ahead, Nano Desu. Thanks, Hulu. While breathing and concentrating, I took out my dual gun. The monster ... I faced towards the Dante rock and pulled both the trigger at the same time. The bullets that were fired out from my gun collided right before the monster. The freeze and flame bullets, after hitting together, annihilated an entire basketball-sized diameter. The Dante rock was as like Taco Sensei being engulfed and in a shape of a moon, and immediately afterwards disappeared and dropped a dandelion. That was awesome. Emily, who saw the whole process, was excited. What did you do, Desu? Is it a new drop, Desu? Not really. The ones I used just now were the flame and freeze bullets, both from Nonium's first and second floor respectively. And when the two of them are fired together and collided, you can imagine what happened just now. So that's how it happened, no Desu. The freeze and flame bullets ... when together it's an annihilation bullet, I guess. Annihilation bullet ... That is amazing, Desu. So cool, Desu. While Emily was being excited again, I tried testing again. I shot with the two guns at the same time. One time I failed to hit it together and the Dante rock was frozen and burned at the same time, but sometimes I succeed and the annihilation happened. This combo technique takes an empty space of several tens of centimeters and happened on the center of the bumped place. Though I still have much to practice and getting used to, but this combo is indeed powerful, as I thought so. Getting another gun, with a price of 1.5 million biro is the combination just the freeze and flame bullets, Nano Desu? Ito, you have other two types of bullets, right? What if you tried combining them together and try to... I was dumbfounded. I felt stupid for just stopping with just that and never thought of other ideas. I loaded a different bullet. This time it's both the same bullets. I loaded both of them with normal bullets, And fired. I fired and continuously fired. Most of them were missed shots. What hit were just being repelled with a spark on the body of the hard body of the Dante rock. While firing, one of it collided. A normal bullet with another normal bullet bumped into each other, suddenly became one bullet, and penetrated the Dante rock. I thought it would just repel the bullet away, but it went through it like someone drilling a hole in the middle of a rock. Amazing. It was penetrated no desu. Ah, it is indeed amazing. Looking at the monster that disappeared, I stare back at my guns. I'm still not used to it. It might take some time mastering this. If 2 bullets were fused, the possibility of it are endless. Obtaining another gun brought the possibility of fusing bullets, infinitely equal. Now, I am convinced that it was worth much more than 1.5 million Piro. Translation notes. Thank you to my Patreon supporters for donating again greater than W Kyle, Kai Eat, and more Isa have donated, and I'm now going to stick with a schedule of uploading the translation as such. I am thinking of posting every 2 days, unless something were to happen like right now. I might have to push it forward to a day or 2, but I guarantee that you will always get a chapter a week. 3. Thank you so much again for reading, everyone. Dr. Translator San has a schedule now and thanks all the viewers and donators. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 31. Noon. First thing in the morning, I hunted my usual income of 40k Piro worth of bean sprouts and am pushing the magic card inside the trading shop. The first thing I felt when going inside the shop, I noticed something weird going on. Business is going on as usual, but the workers behind the counter are having a serious discussion right now. There are also several groups of adventurers having a difficult-looking expression. As I was wondering what's with this mood, I went to the also familiar counter, and tried talking to Elsa that was behind the counter. Hello. Ah, Rita-san, what exactly is happening? To tell you the truth, a strike is happening right now. STR? This is the first time I've heard of an English word when coming into this world. Do you know what strike means? No. Not really. I shook my head while immediately answering back to her. In actuality, I do understand what she meant, but I thought that maybe this world uses that word to bring about a different meaning, thus I act that I do not know what it means. Then, you've heard about a dungeon named Silicon, right? Ah, at the dungeon's 6th floor. The monsters in it is the only one that drops a grain of rice in Shikaro. As usual, it's a wonder to hear about a monster dropping a single grain of rice. I'm sorry, just talking to myself. So, what's wrong with the 6th floor? That place is the territory of the Adelberts. Occasionally, there are people such as this group who monopolizes one part of the dungeon within their friends by teaming up together to form a gang. I don't think I've heard of this situation before. You're right. You know that Nonium dungeon has only just been risen, right? Since that dungeon doesn't drop anything, the Adelbert gang decided to make a move. Seeing that the 6th floor of Silicon is the only floor in Shikaro that drops rice, they decided to seize that opportunity to sell it at a high price. Right, now I understand. When everyone heard of a new dungeon appearing, we were anticipating for it. Though monopolizing a drop will cause the market to collapse, it is rather unfortunate. Elsa showed a shabby disappointed expression, looking at it closely, while glancing at the workers and adventurers. They are also talking about the Alberts. Nonium is indefinite of drops, but because I was lucky with my drop stats, I could get drops out of it, but in return it influenced others. It's a rather interesting world to catch up, was what I thought before I heard of this news. Everyone is troubled at the fact that someone is using the rice to monopolize the market and can't find a way to stop it. The other famous people in town have started to make their move to stop this matter. However, probably because Adelbert is a large group, people have no choice but to accept the influx in price for rice. That is unacceptable. I head over to Silicon. I'm currently in the middle of a crowd, where merchants and officers who are normally not seen outside the dungeon, are crowding outside the dungeon. Those people who are gathering outside the dungeon were from inside the shop just a moment ago with their serious-looking face, and they are currently discussing about something. For now I should speak with the person in charge. Should I try butting in? Error, if it isn't Satakun. Wait, since when the homo's here? The person I'm speaking to is the delicate man I've met during the beer store, Neptune. With that same happy expression he put on previously, he approached me. I'm not homo, okay, because I only absolutely love girls only. Well, whatever. So what are you doing over here right now? Right back at you. Seems that we both came here because of the news about Adelbert. I came here by someone's request. Speaking of Adelbert, they've been doing the same thing several times before. This time they are meddling with the prices of rice. So obviously, the townspeople can't put up with their patience anymore. So I guess the Neptune family is being requested to come and remove them. Nope. It's different. Then, I tilt my head. I thought that judging by the flow of the conversation, that's what they came here for. It's not just removing them, but exterminate them. That was more than I anticipated. It's better to just deal with them once and for all. Problem is their numbers aren't to be looked down to. Even my teammates and others might be injured during this whole expedition. I have something to discuss. What is it? Could you let me handle this situation? Handling it? You mean to exterminate them? No, removing them. Neptune stared at me. The reason why I came here is because I have another way to peacefully deal with this situation. Silicon Dungeon's 5th floor. Before heading down to the next floor, Neptune and I are currently here. Further back from us is Ryu and Ren, which we've met previously, and also some of Neptune's teammates. With everyone present, it gave off a rather sophisticated air around us. Then the leader, Neptune, turned beside and talked to me. Just to confirm, if you can't handle this situation, then we will take it from here and exterminate them. That's the plan, right? Well then, I wish you good luck. With words of sending someone off from Neptune, I head down to the 6th floor. The moment I reach the 6th floor, there's a guard there standing. Halt, state you're coming. This floor is off limits. If you want to head to the floor below, please use that road instead. There are 2 guards standing side by side, and behind them, a guideway-like construction site is made. Even though this floor is occupied, but I guess they allow adventurers to head to the floor below. I readied my gun, my recent dual gun which I'd just obtained the other day. So you're doing this the hard way, huh? Come, the lots of you. The townsmen send their forces to deal with us. The 2 men then switched to a battle stance. Without a word, I fired my gun, while simultaneously firing the healing bullets. The bullets bumped into each other and fused. The fused healing bullets let out a rather bright light, and the 2 men were enveloped by the light. Then, the 2 men fell down the ground like a broken doll. Their faces look as though they are in ecstasy, while breathing lightly with a gentle face. Phew, looks like I somehow did it. Hey, what's that? The homo's here. As I keep saying I'm not homo. Suddenly sneaking behind me and resting your chin on top of my shoulder. Now wouldn't that considered to be homo? While letting a loud voice, I shook off Neptune, who is talking to me while resting his chin on my shoulder. Since I felt like my body is in danger, I decided to explain to him to distract myself. It's a sleeping bullet, though if you just shoot it normally it would have an effect of healing wounds, but if you fuse them together, the effect will be changed to induced sleep on someone. Hey, it means the healing power has doubled. I guess that's it. Inside the dungeon, many footsteps can be heard, and one by one adventurers are coming out. I positioned my gun, and fired both my guns loaded with the healing bullets. The bullet fused, and knocked them out one by one. The effect of fused bullets is outstanding. People who are shot with this will be put to sleep. Even the Adelbert's leader was put to sleep, and thus all of them who were occupying the 6th floor was put to sleep, and was being dragged out of the dungeon. Thank you. You really helped us out big times. After we went out of Silicon Dungeon, a skinhead-looking guy with a beard approached me and talked to me. Who are you? I'm sorry for the late introduction. My name is Clint Gray, Silicon Dungeon's chief. Dungeon chief? This is the first time I've heard of such occupation. Since this is a world where everything drops from a dungeon monster, I guess this guy must have been a rather renowned person. Thank you once again. Because of your help no sacrifices were made, and also the prices of rice wouldn't rise. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. No, don't mind it. I'm just doing what I think is right. But it's still a fact that you saved us all from this mess. I have to think of something to reward you then. No, really. You don't have to. I will consider again afterwards and will contact with you. Thank you. Really, thank you so much. This Clint guy did not even listen to what I have to say. Such a one-sided conversation. And after a really powerful handshake, he went away. Well, whatever, I guess. For now, I guess the problem with rice is gone. Guess I should report this to Elsa. Even over there, they were seriously thanking me too. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 32. Featured image credit. I'm currently fighting the mummies on Nonium's 3rd floor to collect more speed-up seeds. Reason why is because I want to gather more information about the different effects of fused bullets. For example, if you fuse together 2 normal bullets, it will become A. If you fuse flame and freeze bullets together, it will become an, and if you fuse together 2 healing bullets, it will become a dot. Moreover, if you take a flame bullet and fuse it with the healing bullet, a divine flame is born. Take these mummies for example, their undead body, when being shot by this bullet, melt easily like butter. Judging by the phenomenon and the nature of the monster, it is like a flame of purification. Thus I decided to name this bullet dot. A fusion bullet produced by combining 2 bullets together. Is it because of the 2 guns that I have, or is it because of the constitution of my body? Even though I do not know for sure, but what I do know is that if you bump 2 bullets together when shooting, a fusion bullet will indeed occur. Though there's one problem. In order to fuse a bullet together, I need to hit both the bullets in midair in order to trigger the fuse bullet. As of right now, the probability of me bumping 2 bullets in midair is around 90%, but because there are times when I really need to activate it during an emergency, I need to train myself to be able to fuse it 100% all the time. Having these thoughts, I'm now using the normal bullets and fuse them into to defeat the mummies. As mentioned previously, since the body of the mummies are tough, using normal bullets on them literally has no effect on them, but with this, when I aim at their forehead, it immediately pierces through their skull. Since Nonium has a peculiar trait where monsters love to ambush adventurers, but compare with the speed-type zombies and skeletons, the mummies are slower, thus I can leisurely train fusing bullets with them till I'm satisfied, though the feeling of my success rate is only slowly raising. Incidentally, while hunting for mummies, I was also busy picking up speed-up seeds and finally increased my speed from B to noon. Today I'm not going to the usual Tururu dungeon, but instead head over to the fascinating building in the middle of town. Shikoro Dungeons Association. I'm currently inside the reception room because the bearded skinhead dungeon chief that I met yesterday called and wanted to meet with me here. Previously when I met with him, I didn't have any feelings because everyone was there when I was fighting, but now that everything's calmed down and there's only 2 of us, I'm somewhat nervous. He has such a strict-looking face suited for a leader. I'm sorry for suddenly calling you out like that. Well, have a cup of tea to calm yourself for now. After the dungeon chief said that, a secretary came forward and poured me a cup of tea. There are 2 teacups, and judging by the fragrance from within the cup, it must be a high-quality black tea. The dungeon chief then put an abundance of sugar cubes into his black tea. Plop, 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 plop. Stop putting so much sugar into it. I flipped and accidentally let out my voice and did it succumb on him. The teacup is filled with a mountain of sugar cubes, and the black tea which is filled with sugar cubes looks like icebergs floating on the sea. Then, the dungeon chief drank the black tea, and let out a severe smile from his strict face. There's nothing to hide now, but I'm actually a sweet tooth. There's a limit to everything though. Please don't hesitate, drink up before it gets cold. Thanks for the drink. Wait, since when the hell did you fill up sugar into my black tea? Similar to the dungeon chief, my teacup is filled with a mountain of sugar cubes. The sugar then melts delicately, and the top layer of the tea is now filled with a mesmerizing layer of amber. If I were to drink this, I will definitely get diabetes. Even I can't bring myself to drink this. Thus I push it aside and started talking. Ito, why did you call me over here today? Do you know of a town named Hetero? Hetero? Without thinking I tilted my head. Oh no, is it bad that I do not know of this place? The dungeon chief, who was looking at me with my head tilted, started explaining. It's a town east from Shikaro, and though it has only 3 dungeons in it, but because all the dungeon drops fine meat, hence it's called a livestock industrial city. I see. Hetero, a nearby city, and all 3 of its dungeon drops meat. Rita has now remembered it. And what is up with this Hetero city? Quite some time ago, in between Shikaro and Hetero, a new dungeon was born. Plus, the location of the dungeon is exactly right in the middle of the 2 town. Hey, it's not just that it's in the middle, but unlike the dungeon we have here which drops nothing, this new dungeon has many different things. As you also know, when buying a dungeon drop, certain taxes are deducted in advance. So whoever gets this dungeon will greatly affect the finance of a city. Hey, there's taxes being deducted during purchase. What's more, Nonium is really suffering right now. Since the dungeon doesn't drop anything, they can't tax it. So recently, we have come to an agreement, which is deciding who will get the dungeon based on the content of the drops. If the hierarchy of vegetables is more, then it's Shikaro, and if the meat is more, then it's Hetero, was what we settled during the meeting. Right, I understand. So we want you to investigate on this matter, the one with a high drop rate. How do you know about my drop rate? Besides Emily, I did not disclose this matter to anyone else. I've heard rumors of the bamboo shoots and watermelon, though I'm not sure about the numerical value, but as someone who brings such drop should have a considerably high drop rate. TLN, you dumb Rita. More like no shit Sherlock. Oh okay, I get it. Since he has circumstantial evidence, I can't do anything about it being leaked out. Well, to be honest, a certain degree of investigating has already been done. Hey, as it is between 2 cities, the hierarchy drops of vegetables and meat for these 2 cities are nearly equal. Then why? Because there's still drop of a rare monster. The dungeon chief then stared straight at me with a seriously scary face. The rare monster's rare drop. The result will be decided depending on this. What's more, not anyone can get a rare drop from a rare monster. Thus we need someone who has an extremely high drop rate to dispatch. I see. Please. Of course you won't be working for free. Both parties will prepare a price, and once the dungeon is under the jurisdiction of Shikaro, we will completely exempt the drop tax just for you. To exempt the tax fees, huh? Now that is some delicious offer. What's more, it's a reasonable reward. If the dungeon becomes Shikaro's, Shikaro can get taxes from hundreds and thousands of people, and for a leader to give a tax exemption to one person is relatively easy. Since I sort of understand the gist of it, well then, I got it. I'll do my best. Thank you. Really, thank you so much. The dungeon chief stood up, went over the table and firmly grasped onto my hand. Though it's just a modesty, I will be paying the reward in advance. Click. The door opened, and the secretary from before is holding a plate full of sugar cubes. I won't be putting those inside, okay? No. Do you know that sugar gives plenty of energy? Afterwards, the dungeon chief took one piece of the sugar cube and put it inside his mouth, and his severe face is lit with a smile. I politely refused his advanced payment because I could become glycosuria without a joke. Thus, an unexpected request of dungeon investigation came in. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 33. Featured image credit. On the way home from Shikaro Dungeons Association, while strolling I was counting using my fingers. I'm currently thinking of what I need to prepare when going into the dungeon. Bullets are a must. Normal bullets are fairly easy to replenish, but I would also prefer to bring along more special bullets, though they can only be produced from Nonium Dungeon's rogue monsters. Thinking so, I need to bring along the magic card too. And also how many pairs of clothes to bring with me. It feels like I'm preparing for a business trip. While thinking so, I let out a laugh. Immediately after I entered my company, before I was exhausted by my workload, I was remembered of the time when I went for my first business trip. It felt a little like a holiday trip, where the feeling of excitement you get when you go to your first field trip during your school days. Going to a business trip on a new dungeon sounds quite fun, though. I was reminded of something. If I were to leave Shikaro and head for a new dungeon, it's as if it seems like a solo assignment. A monthly rent of 150k Piro, the new 2LDK home. I went home earlier than usual, and explained to Emily about the request I'd gotten from the dungeon chief. Since there's a new dungeon being born, I fully explained what I was asked to do from beginning to end. Yoda-san is amazing. You're like the same as the Neptune family. Now that you mention, it's the same during the time Nonium was born. At that time, before I knew about Neptune, I've heard about it from the rumors. Yes, Disu, it's the same. Being asked to investigate on a dungeon is something to be proud at Nano Desu. Since this world revolves around dungeon dropping everything right. I got it, Disu. While smiling ever so sweetly, Emily made an extremely adorable gesture of patting her chest using her small hand. During the absenteeism of Yoda-san, I will stay put and watch over the house. No, this time I want you to come along. Together? Yep, but I don't think I would be of any use, Disu. It's not about that. I just want Emily to follow along. While looking at her straight in the eye, I said it. I've thought that it would be bad to just leave her here while I head off. While having such thoughts, I conveyed it through her while looking at her. While staring back at me, being surprised, Emily smiled. With such gentle smile, she firmly nodded. And just like that, it became that Emily would follow with me together to embark on a journey to the new dungeon. The very next morning, we immediately left on our journey. After heading out of Shikaro City, with the help of the map that I'd gotten, we set out to the new dungeon. While I was pushing the magic cart, Emily was carrying her hammer and her rucksack bag, which was her usual style. That Emily right now is smiling since the beginning till right now. Seems like you're enjoying. Something good happened? It's because I get to go out with Yoda-san. It's a lot of fun, Disu. Really, I'm glad that I invited her to come. Just being able to see her sweet and gentle smile, I was really happy that I invited her. Though this is fine and all, as such, I looked around. Just after walking outside of Shikaro, the surrounding scenery instantly changed. Though, not even 10 minutes of leaving Shikaro, all you can see is the wilderness. There's literally nothing. There's not even a dead tree existing on the wilderness. There's really nothing, huh? If there's something, then wouldn't it be troublesome, Nano Desu? Wouldn't it be troubling if there's something like rogue monsters wandering around? Since water, air, and land is the only thing that won't turn into rogue monsters, Nano Desu. TLN. Dum Rita strikes again. It feels as though I was told of something terrible. Yes, since all things in this world are produced from dungeon drops, and if that dungeon drop is left without anyone nearby it, then the drop will turn back into their original monster. What this means is that if there is something in this wilderness, and without anyone around the drop, it will surely turn into monsters, thus there will always be nothing. So I guess I can't make something like a hut in this world. Of all the times, I felt that now I had been blown by this world's logic once again. After walking for the entire day, evening arrived. Since we're getting tired after walking, we decided to camp near a river. It's time for preparations, Disu. Emily placed her rucksack down, and from within she took out a tent, and skillfully set up the tent, as if she's done it 1,000 times before. That's because, before I came to this world, she's been surviving in this manner, thus doing this is rather familiar for her. Yoda-san, may I go draw some water? I got it. Should we use the magic cart for that? It's okay, Disu. I nodded, and pushed the magic cart towards the river bank. Then I drew the water into the magic cart. While looking at the river, I thought that it was really clean and beautiful, though there's nothing in it at all, not even grass or fish, as fishes are also considered drops in the dungeon. So I guess there aren't any in the river. As I thought, this is a rather amazing world, which again made it more interesting. After gathering enough water, I went back, and saw that the tent was done building. Emily, I'm inside Desu, TLN. Oh, degrees. Leaving the magic card aside, I went inside the tent. Wait, what the hell is this? It's a tent, isn't it the same as our living room? I trust a large tsukami. The inside of the tent is quite like Emily, same as our home. The moment you enter, you can feel the warm and gentle feeling. Though putting it in another way, the inside of this tent isn't like your typical tent. It's as though when looking at the interior of the tent, you're brought into a different dimension where you are met with a magical space. There's a table in it, even a sofa. There's a lamp hanging on the wall. It really felt like our own living room. How in the heavens did you do this? I stuffed it up inside the rucksack and carried it desu. In that rucksack, it's heavier than usual no desu. That's not at a level of just being heavy already. What's more, it's sparkling, and even fluffy. Wait, is this a carpet? Even the floor is fluffy. It's as if the outside wilderness was just a joke. I did my best desu. Again, this isn't the level of just doing your best anymore. Even though I was being dumbfounded, Emily looked at me with gaze of amazement. Her face is telling me that, isn't his a must when doing things? While being surprised, I thought that this is just like Emily, as our home also exhibits such warmth and passionate feeling that it made me wonder if Emily came from a certain shrine who came to pass her divinity. Though for her, it doesn't matter if she made the interior of the tent like our living room if it's for the sake of me. I should make dinner next desu. While stopping my deep thoughts, I went and relaxed inside the tent that Emily has installed. After finishing Emily's warm and delicious dinner, I'm now sipping on tea while breathing out. Even though we're supposed to be camping outside, the meals are always with us. Well, since at that time, I've had several of her wonderful meals in the dungeon, I wasn't as shocked as before. Let's have some ice cream for our dessert desu. There's a limit to everything, right? While doing a tsukami, I was handed a dessert. Though I wanted to say something, I gave up and quietly enjoyed it. Oh, this is delicious. The sweetness is just right, because it's a citrus-flavored ice cream nano desu. Delicious tilde. While Yoda-san is enjoying, I will dispose the garbage desu. Wait, dispose? Yes, disposing desu? I was caught off guard again. Not throwing away the garbage, but disposing it. What are you gonna do with the garbage? I'll do my best and burn it. Back at the city, a contractor would come and deal with the trash, but now we have to properly burn the trash. If not, it will turn into monsters desu. It's the same with garbage, huh? After thinking it through, I guess it's common sense. For us humans living, it is almost impossible to completely use up our supplies. Thus we have to properly dispose of the garbage. It's a world where all things come from dungeon drops. If you leave an item without supervision, then it will turn back into monsters. In that case, it's the same with garbage. If you don't eliminate it, then it will turn into monsters. Though initially I knew of this, but further thinking suggests that it's a rather common thing to not know of it. I'll help with the burning. As I said it, I took out my gun. Emily, who knew of my flame bullet, immediately smiled. Thank you, desu. We went outside the tent. Different from the warm and lit tent, outside is a deserted wilderness. It's like I just stepped into a different world. Thus we left the garbage on the ground, kept a distance, and fired the gun. Using the flame bullet, the garbage was burned. But most of it isn't burning nicely. It's difficult to dispose of a garbage nano desu, though my line would be it should be normal to dispose of it. Though the sight in front of me is abnormal, I then took out the other gun. Same as before, I fired both my gun loaded with a flame bullet. The bullets fused together and burned the garbage with an extremely intense bright flame which can blind someone when staring at it directly. The garbage is finally burned to crisp. With this we are done desu. If the garbage turns to monsters, we might have a problem nano desu. Since it's garbage, it won't turn back to its original monster but into a different monster, which is even more terrifying no desu. Now that is troubling. If someone were to illegally dump garbage somewhere, it would cause a lot of problems. No wait, there must have been such possibility, which would cause harm to others. If disposing of garbage uses a fused flame bullets to properly burn it, then there must be incidents concerning such disposing of garbage. This world's garbage issue is unexpectedly a huge problem. Wait a minute, Emily, what did you say just now? Yes desu? the garbage will turn back into a different monster. Yes, Disu. What seems to be the problem? Then what would happen to the original drop? There's none. It turns into rogue monsters. Ah. After being told as such, Emily was startled. Seems that she finally understood what I'm trying to say. Since it's confirmed that rogue monsters won't drop anything, but that's excluding me. If I defeat a rogue monster, I would get a drop. If that's the case, what happens if garbages spawn into a different monster? After Emily finishes making supper, I took out the trash, bringing the garbage further away than usual, as far as the middle of the wilderness. I left it there and waited from afar. While waiting for nearly 10 minutes, the garbage shined brightly, and is transforming into a monster. It was a human shape, with a green skin full of patches, and a nail being stuck on its head. It's a shape of a guy. There's only one word to describe this. It's a Frankenstein. TLN. Try playing this while reading ahead. I'll restrain it. After Emily said so, she took out her hammer and flew towards the monster. While flying straight at the Frankenstein, she lift up her hammer and strike it down. The Frankenstein lift up his arms and whack, intercepting the hammer. It stole, but a loud sound was echoed. Emily's hammer was completely stopped. That hammer, which could break all those rock-type monsters like it was nothing, was being stopped by this monster. Emily, retreat. Yes, Disu. While the person also knew of the circumstances, she flew back and landed beside me. This time the Frankenstein pursued her, thus I used my gun and fired at its leg to stop its movement. The normal bullet had no effect against it. Just like the mummies, the flaming bullet burned for a moment and disappeared, and when the frozen bullet was shot it froze for a moment and melted immediately. I tried firing more normal bullets at it, but all the shots had no effect on it, and the Frankenstein continued to move towards Emily. Emily, try striking at it again. Yes, Disu. She immediately responded to me. She rushed forward and struck down with her hammer. Again equally, the Frankenstein blocked the A-strength swing of a hammer with its own strength. Though, it was successfully stopped. At that exact moment, I loaded all my flame bullet into my gun. I then aimed at the Frankenstein and repeatedly fired the flame bullets. Without leaving a single bullet, all of it turned into fused bullets. Its skin full of patches was burned up. Since the blaze of a flame-fused bullet isn't going off, the Frankenstein was burned to crisp. Eventually the body crumbled down to the ground, and it was turned to ashes. Thank you, Disu. This monster is unexpectedly formidable, unlike the ones we fought so far. The leftover supper that Emily and I left as a garbage turned out to be an unexpectedly frightening monster. Well, that's that. Let's just leave it as is as long as we dispose of the garbage properly. What's more important is that it dropped something. While waiting with excitement, the Frankenstein vanished. Clad in gold color, it's a single bullet that I've never seen before in my life. I can only use it once to determine the result, even if the effect of the bullet is bad, but I'm really excited to see. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 34. Featured image credit. A new bullet, with a golden coating on it. I eagerly loaded it into my gun. I then brought a food ingredient to a distant place, and place a carrot on the ground which hasn't been turned into trash. I walked away, leaving a good enough distance, and waited patiently. Emily was beside me, breathlessly watching over me. For some reason, she is even more nervous than I am, while having an expectant look on her face. After a while, the carrot then transformed into a rogue monster, becoming back into a drowsy slime. While taking a posture of aiming, I'm predicting the movement pattern of the drowsy slime that I've defeated many times in the past, and fired. The bullet went flying straight towards it. The slime then jumped in front, drawing a trajectory of a parabola, descending as it is. The bullet will intersect with the slime, but the bullet stopped midway and changed its course. The bullet turned to fit the orbital of the drowsy slime, and again descending in the parabolic trajectory. And it hit. I kinda expected it to shoot through the drowsy slime, but this was far from what I'd expected. Yoda-san, just now. It changed its course. Disu? Ah, it did. Or more like the bullets chasing the slime. After all, it's as expected. Disu. A homing bullet, I guess. TLN. In the novel it's called tracking bullet, but I felt that homing sounds better. I tried reimagining back the scene that took place just now. The trajectory of the bullet moved according to the trajectory of the drowsy slime. I wanna try it again. I wonder if we have more trash. I'll make more Disu. Immediately, Emily ran towards her baggage with a pitter-patter sound, then using her hands skillfully to boil some water and pour some tea. The tea leaves was turned into garbage and she left it at a far enough distance away from us, and came back here with the teacup on hand passing it to me. Thank you. Emily should drink some too. After I finished preparing then I will drink Disu. After Emily finished saying, she turned back and prepared the next step. After placing the carrots in the opposite direction of the garbage, she came back here. The two of us are now enjoying our tea. While waiting, the garbage then turned into a rogue monster, transforming into a Frankenstein, and immediately I burned it with the fusion flame bullets. After picking up the golden bullet drop, the drowsy slime appeared just as Emily has timed it perfectly. Thank you. Emily became extremely happy because I praised her. After sending my gratitude, I loaded the golden bullet into my gun and aimed at the opposite direction and fired. The bullet that was released from the gun immediately made a sharp curve, doing something abnormal by bending the trajectory of the bullet. It then pinpointed the drowsy slime and went and shot through it. Amazing. Yoda-san, that's amazing Disu. As expected. This is indeed a homing bullet. The bullet that was dropped by the rogue monster of garbage is indeed a fairly useful substitute. Staying up all night, I tested various things and gotten my results, and finally understood the characteristics of this homing bullet. First off, the bullet will absolutely succeed in aiming at the opponent that I want. The bat slime, cockroach slime, and even the snake slime. As a result, even these slimes that tremendously moves at a fast pace, the homing bullet could still catch their movement and aim towards it. The accuracy is 100%. Incidentally, the output of the bullet is the same level as a normal bullet. What this means is it's an upgraded version of the normal bullet, but it can absolutely hit anything. Being able to hit something with an accuracy of 100% is really effective. That was what I thought when seeing the actual number. The next day, since I was testing the bullet for a really long time, I did not get a glimpse of sleep at all, and we have to set out again early in the morning. When afternoon came, I saw something from afar. A large amount of tents are being built around the entrance of the dungeon. Is that our destination Nano Desu? Seems like it. By the way, apparently the name of the dungeon is called Selenium. The name sounds like a girl Disu. What sort of monsters are inside? Judging from the conversations that I heard from, while trying to remember the information that I heard in advance from the head of the dungeon, my eye caught sight of a different gathering spot that is further away from the dungeon and the tent. Even from this distance, I clearly know what it was. A mountain of garbage. But for me, I see it as though it's a pile of treasure, thus I went straight towards that mountain like garbage. After closing the distance of the garbage mountain, I saw a beautiful girl with a long and luscious black hair. Just taking a glance at her, this beautiful girl has a slim body of a model. The girl took a deep breath, then below her feet a magical formation was enlarged indicating that she's using magic. From within her palm, a fireball appeared. She then fired it, aiming towards a part of the garbage. Afterwards, the garbage is slowly burning up. Judging from the momentum of the flame, the pace where it's burning is quite slow, though I've also experienced something like that yesterday. But the garbage in this world really has a characteristics of bean sprouts. I wanna say it means that he has something that can burn the garbage, but I'm not sure either. Though that's good and all. What is that person doing? If I'm not mistaken, I think it's the person in charge of disposing the garbage. Disu. Disposing the garbage? Similar to the city, there's a lot of people around the dungeon, so if there are people living there must also be garbage around. So they have to appoint a person in charge of disposing the garbage. No Desu. Ah, I understand now. OMG Rita, stop being so dumb. If I think about it, that's true. I then took a glance of where the direction of Selenium Dungeon is. There's a lot of tent being built there, and adventurers are present. Hearing from the conversation I had with the dungeon chief, Since it's not the dungeon of neither Shikaro of Hatero, the drop from selenium cannot be taxed by either of the city. So that explains why there's a part of adventurers that came here to earn some bucks. And if there's adventurers around, more garbage will accumulate and obviously they have to hire someone to dispose them. It's an obvious natural cycle. What's wrong? More garbage is being brought out from the dungeon. You're right. Wait. Isn't the amount way more than what the girl was burning just now? A lot, Disu. I was watching a while with Emily at the site. The only person in charge of disposing the garbage is only the black-haired model girl. The girl seems to be a magician specialized in fire magic to burn up the garbage, but it's clearly shown that she could not keep up the pace with the amount of garbage being brought to her. Hence why there's a mountain of trash right now. She's staggering, Disu. You're right. Emily immediately ran ahead, while behind her I ran slightly later to catch up to her. Are you alright? Who are you guys? Ito. We came here to inspect the dungeon. I see. If you're going to stay overnight at this section, then please do bring all your garbage here. It doesn't need any classification. Just bring it here and I'll burn it all up. That's fine and all but ... It's better if you have some rest first, Disu. Thank you. But I can't do that. If I don't hurry in disposing of all these garbage, it will affect the business activities of everyone. But I'm fine. After the girl said so, she then used her magic again. But the magic formation spread across from beneath her feet, but then it immediately dissipates. And at the same time the girl was wondering, are you alright, Disu? Emily then hugged her in haste. I'm fine. Even though the girl is trying to act tough, I did not miss it. Her beautiful face clearly has some dark spots beneath her eyes, and her face is turning pale. Looking at her closely, she seems to be unhealthily losing weight. I've seen it plenty of times during my working days. It's the face of a person who worked overtime over 100 hours a month. That girl then tried standing up on her own, and continued disposing the garbage. She had a face that shows her conviction, full of responsibility. But, without a word, I loaded my bullets, and fired. It's the fusion of two healing bullets. A sleeping bullet was fired at the girl and she immediately fell to sleep. Emily, I leave the nursing to you. I understand, Disu. I'll take my leave from here, no Dasu. Emily, who immediately understood my intentions, carried the girl away to a safe location. Same as her, I draw a distance from the mountain of garbage. It wouldn't be weird if crows are flying on top of it. No matter how I look at it, it's a mountain of garbage, but the me now sees it as a mountain of treasure. After taking some distance, I loaded the bullet, and waited. After waiting for a while, the garbage turned into rogue monsters one by one and all of it became Frankensteins. I then defeat them one by one till the end, and finally gotten hold of a huge amount of homing bullets. TLN, I swear to God he's gonna get his retribution. Inside a tent, a beautiful girl has awakened. Though she's still a little drowsy even after opening her eyes, suddenly, she jumped up and focused on her surroundings. Please don't push yourself. It's best to rest for a while longer. She then immediately jumped out of the tent. Emily and I wanted to chase her, though. The girl just stood there dumbfounded. It was at the place where the mountain of garbage was, but now there's nothing there at all. What in the world is happening? I dispose of it in your stead. You did? While nodding, the girl stared straight at me. She's staring at my shabby face, was what I thought. Then her legs quivered, and she fell down on the ground. I'm glad, those adventurers who came here for income has increased day by day, and I was wondering what I was supposed to do because it exceeded my ability. Is that so? That must have been troublesome for her. Thank you. Really, thank you very much. The girl who fell on the ground stared straight up at me, and repeatedly thanked me. As I was thinking, she suddenly fell down unconscious as if her battery has run out. I quickly embraced her, and was amazed at how light she is. I guess she really was trying her best. Emily. Yes, Disu, I will make something energetic, Disu. Emily happily nodded, and started moving with a pitter-patter sound. As for now, I guess I should let this girl have some rest first. As we thought so, although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 35. TLN. For some reason I had a hard time translating this chapter. But in the end, I did it. Also, few things changed. I changed to as it's easier and sounds way more cuter. Featured image credit. After leaving the girl who has fallen exhausted to Emily, I decided to head straight to the dungeon. First thing is to report of my arrival, and then knowing about what to do from here on out. Gathering at the center of Celine's entrance is a bunch of tents being built, making it look like a battlefield going for war, and in the center of that, many adventurers are wandering around here and there, while pushing their magic carts with drop items inside. Those adventurers who are pushing the magic carts gathers at a certain number of tents, are then displaying their items for purchase. Just by gazing at them for a short period of time, you already know that the buildings are just replaced with tents, though the atmosphere is similar to the life inside a city. At that moment, I caught hold of a passing young adventurer, and asked about the location of the person in charge of Shikiro's Dungeon Association, and after confirming the location, I went straight there. It's certainly huge. The tent that they are using, which is similar to the nomad people, they decorated their interior like an office, where several secretaries are busy running around, and there is a man in his 30s behind sitting down and seemingly the person in charge of this tent. "Excuse me, I'm Satoru from Shikiro." "Oh, I was waiting for ya." After introducing myself, the man stood up with both his hands spreading wide, and came forward to my direction. Because I show a gesture of asking for a handshake, the opposite smiled and grasped my hand. "I have already received a message about you. Seriously, I can't thank you enough for coming all this way. I'm the person in charge. My name's Duke. As previously mentioned, my name is Satorita." I introduced myself again, and immediately head straight to the point. Since I've only roughly heard what's going on, but on what I'm actually here for, I do not know. Would you care to explain exactly what I'm supposed to do? Obviously I will. The interior of the tent that is built modeling after an office has a sofa in it, and over there me and Duke went over there and have a sit. I'm sure you've heard about the information of investigating the rare monsters drop, am I right? Yeah, well, about that, there's some stuff that's changed recently. That's because Celine only has up till the 10th floor, and based on our recent survey, the drops of regular monsters are alternated accordingly as vegetables, meat, vegetable, meat, and so on. I see. In this situation, we have faced before during other dungeons, but this time the rare monster drops are also the same with vegetable, meat, and vegetable accordingly. Then isn't there no point in investigating this any further? But still, we have to decide whether the dungeon goes to either Shikiro or Hetero. Duke did not answer the question directly, and furthered the story, and I nodded. The conversation this time is a conflict between Shikiro and Hetero, the city's income, and because it's taxes we are talking about, it has to be made clear through black and white. Hence we made a deal. We agree upon whoever can find the most amount of rare monsters drop during the designated deadline. Since rare monsters are, in fact, rare, they are times where even if you defeated an item would not necessarily drop, so during this period of time, we also agreed that whatever isn't drop from a rare monster is considered as nothing, because it's difficult to prove. Of course there are times when the rare monsters really don't drop anything. Well, that is true. That there are monsters which doesn't drop anything. I understand, so basically I will just have to focus on defeating the rare monsters up until the 5th floor out of the 10 floors, am I correct? Duke firmly nodded. The conversation became simple. If it's like that, then it's easy to understand, since knowing what your objective and goal is makes it easier to act upon it. I got it. I'll immediately dive into the dungeon starting from tomorrow. Don't worry about that. I made a reward for the adventurers. A reward? If a rare monster appears, if they appear on the floor where vegetables are dropped, I would ask them to contact me, and over here, to cut it short, basically all you have to do is go there and defeat it. Oh, I see. Since the efficiency of me searching a rare monster alone is horrible, Shikiro's association then make adventurers give information about the rare monsters for a price, and I just have to go to that exact location and defeat it. I thought that this is becoming more and more easy, and also easy to execute. At that very same day we immediately got info of a rare monster, Salon's first floor. That was the information given about a rare monster sighting over there. Duke and I both went there, and few people are over there. There's a young adventurer, where he caught a slime-like monster. The monster has a mollusk body where it is frantically trying to escape by wiggling its way out, but the adventurer is gripping it tightly, not letting it escape. On one hand, not far away from the young adventurers lies a slightly elderly man, and an adventurer with a fearless face standing firm. The elderly man took a glance at me and grinned. How should I put it? I felt like I was being despised and felt strangely uncomfortable. Being curious, I asked Duke, "Who's that?" "It's Harvard Hetero Dungeons Associations. He's the same as me, the person in charge." So it's the rival's person in charge. Now that he mentioned, he certainly does give off a person who is doing middle management job, in more ways than one. There's an adventurer behind him, right? His name's Eugene. Although he is a skilled adventurer, just so you know, his vegetation drop is F. Drop rate of F on vegetation? Why did Duke specifically mention about that? There must be some explanation behind this. Thus I tried thinking. After giving it some thoughts, I suddenly got it. If you let an adventurer with the lowest vegetation drop to kill a rare monster that drops vegetables, then the chances of getting a drop from the rare monster significantly drops. And if this continues before the deadline, in other words, he is a hindrance to our job. I get it now. That's the reason why the opposite party is grinning so menacingly at us. What a sneaky bugger. However, it is a fact that he is a capable adventurer. Nobody can stop him when he knocks down a rare monster, even I can't stop him. That's a given. Because of his drop being F, if he were to defeat it, there is no one to decide if it is defeated. If Emily were to know about this, something bad might happen. Is it because the drop rate is F? If one were to aim for a reversal, then it is permissible to defeat a rare monster. This is a difficult job for us as it substantially interferes with us. As Duke said, it's a troubling matter at hand. Anyways, we will win this time. That adventurer has a deal with us. Besides capturing the monster, Eugene cannot steal it. That's cause the adventurer who secured the monster cannot defeat it without authorization. I'll defeat it right now. I'm counting on you. I took out my gun and loaded the normal bullet. Since it's an ally adventurer who caught hold of it, I thought that it was okay with just using a normal bullet. Please hold on to it as it is. Leave it to me. The young adventurer firmly nodded. I positioned my gun, and just in case I positioned both my gun, and fired at the monster with the fusion high-powered penetrating bullets. TLN, are you freaking trying to kill that poor adventurer? The bullet went through the monster and it cracked like a crescent moon. I looked up, and thought. At the same time when the Harvard guy was grinning, the monster regenerated back. As it was regenerating, the volume increased, and it fell down to the ground from the young adventurer's hand. That is, Heteroside's adventurer, the person who introduced himself as Eugene, said in a shy voice. There is a nucleus somewhere in the body. If you can't destroy the nucleus, it will regenerate again, and when it regenerates it will become stronger. It's that kind of monster. The placement of the nuclear vary from individual to individual, and the person who could find it and destroy it is none other than Eugene. Harvard then added, plus if you blindly defeat it, it will turn even stronger, and it would endanger others. So you should let us handle it. After Harvard finished saying, he gave an even more delightful expression, showing as if he is undoubtedly the winner. Duke, who heard it, had a displeased expression. Goo goo goo. Seeing that you're awfully calm and composed, I see that's what you're trying to pull. Regretting, he showed me an apologetic face. I'm sorry, we are lacking in surveying. We will immediately find the weakness of this monster. Let's. Duke is facing defeat, wanting to declare a withdrawal right now. I then switched to a different bullet and loaded it into my gun, then pulled the trigger towards the day after tomorrow. Blindly shoot, without uttering a word. This should work. While having such half-hearted thoughts, I fired. The bullet then drew a trajectory like a boomerang and flew towards the monster that is bouncing around and went through it. The monster that was shot, like before, was cracked into a crescent moon, and without regenerating it crumbled. Why? Did you just hit the core? Both person from hetero side immediately changed their expression. Harvard was dumbfounded, and Eugene had a really displeased expression on his face. While ignoring them, I stared at the monster that was crushed. Immediately after the monster disappeared, a bean sprout dropped. Looking at it closely, the sprout is golden color and it's huge. It's a soybean. A bean sprout. For a rare monster it does drop some shabby item. As you can see it's vegetable. Duke stared back at them, and made a speech as if he declared victory. The two hetero members had a mortifying expression, and storm out of the dungeon. I guess it's our victory for now. After they disappeared for good, Duke caught hold of my hands and grasped them. Thank you. Seriously, thank you for coming here. He thanked me many times. To be able to fulfill the request immediately, I was relieved and felt a sense of satisfaction. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 36. Featured image credit. I've gotten a money in an envelope from Duke. It's a reward for having defeated a rare monster on the first floor of Salon. While handing them the drop, it adds another point to Shikaro's side. The company that I worked for, I have received a money in an envelope only once. At that time the contents were 5k yen. Strangely, I remembered having a subtle feeling of saying, it's not Yukiki. After separating from Duke, I opened the envelope and peeked inside. It was 100 Gaipiro. As mentioned, the money in this world is known as Piro, and it has about the same value as yen. I was pleasantly surprised to see 100 Gaipiro inside the seal. Since I finished earlier than expected, I decided to stay at Salon's first floor for a while. I then walked around the dungeon. There are quite a few adventurers walking around, which, compared to Toru and Shikaro, is way more. Almost everyone's eyes are glittering. As soon as a monster appears, they jumped on it and knock it down. Everyone is high-spirited because of the fact that they could earn a lot of money without having to pay for tax. The monster here are slime, though they are different from Toru's slime. The body looks mottled, and turns into a rainbow color, making it vibrant and colorful. As one approaches me, I pulled out my gun with the usual bullet inside. The bullet was shot at the rainbow-colored slime, and something was dropped. It was a soybean that is roughly the size of a palm. The rare monsters drop soybean. Even the ordinary monsters drop soybeans too. Since I'm here anyways, I decided to earn some income. Thus I went further into the dungeon. I was also implicitly glancing over at other adventurers' earnings. As I walked for 10 minutes, I sort of figured out. It seems that there are no difference in the drops regardless of whether me or the other adventurers defeat the monsters. Even if I defeated it, or even if some other adventurer defeats it, it will always be a drop of soybean. The only difference is that I will always get a drop when defeating the monster, but the rest of the adventurers won't always get a drop from the monster. Salon's first floor. Seems like the advantage I have for having a drop rate of S is that I will always get a drop. After sort of figuring things out, something caught my attention. A foray Ibo looking swordsman, like the wind cut a slime, and from that slime 2 soybeans dropped. Oh, now that is lucky. Lucky? What's happening? I unexpectedly asked the foray Ibo man. Is this your first time here? Yeah, I just arrived today. I see. Well, you see, the monsters here in Salon has their own characteristics. They are drop point that are different for each monster. If you attack that specific point and defeat it, your drop will doubled. So that's how it is. It's a special feature only in Salon, but that's the reason why everyone is crazy over coming here to earn some money. I see. So that's the reason why all those adventurers are in such high tension. Since you aren't charged with tax, and in some cases you get a double drop. Yep, obviously that's going to raise some tension. You should also do your best. Yeah, same to you. The foray Ibo man smiled broadly, and went back to defeat more monsters. I processed the information I'd gotten from the conversation earlier. Thus I remembered the rare monster that I defeated just a moment ago. It has a similar appearance, and similar properties. Although for the rare monster, you cannot defeat it unless you find its weakness, but for the ordinary monsters you can easily defeat them. But if you defeat them at specific places, you can double your drop. These are the traits of this dungeon. If that's the case, then that means, while walking around, I spotted a rainbow-colored slime. I took out my gun and loaded the homing bullets, staggered on purpose and fired. The bullet bent and penetrated at the edge of the slime's body. It pierced through a blue part of the slime, and the drop doubled. I tried searching for more. This time I also used the homing bullet and shot at the slime, and it penetrated a red part which is at the center of the body. The dropped soybean again doubled. Searching for the monster, and finding them, then firing the homing bullets. The drop point really differs from individual to individual. The location of the body is different, and even the color is different. I tried shooting them using normal bullets, and also using the flaming bullets which burned them whole, but with that it was still one drop. Unless you shoot them at a specific point, then the drop doubles. It was because of the newly acquired homing bullet that I can do this 100% of the time, while feeling that this will be the main force insulin, defeating the monster, and having drop rate S which drops 100% of the time, plus using the homing bullet to get double the drop. In addition, it is tax-free, which means getting extra income out of it. On this day, the earnings I'd gotten at his dungeon exceeded over 500k euros. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 37. Sorry for the one-day delay as I'm still undergoing exams. ATM. Greater than. Today, we have teasing Emily as our side dish. My love for this novel increases after this chapter. 3. Featured image credit. After cashing in the money earned earlier today, I went back to where Emily was. The tent was not at its original location, was what I thought when I walked for a while. The tent was moved nearby the garbage. After getting close to the tent, I went inside. I'm back. Wow. The moment I step foot inside, my body is being enveloped by warmth. It's not like outside was particularly cold, nor was it that hot inside, but it just fills me with warmth. Wait, no. This is happiness. This warmth called happiness is gently wrapping my entire body, even though it's just a tent. But this feeling, welcome back Tilda. Well, all of these feelings are hugely thanks to Emily. While naturally smiling from side to side, she sweetly smiled back. I'm back. Sorry for being out late. That's okay. Thank you for the usual hard work. Nano desu. Anything happened? Seems like the tent was being moved abruptly. Yes desu. Since there are people throwing more garbage at the original spot, we have to leave that location, although not far away from it, in case the garbage all turned into rogue monsters. I see. While lightly nodding, I looked at the corner of the tent. There, a tall and beautiful girl that we helped earlier was still sleeping, though it seems that the difficult expression that was covering her face earlier has disappeared, and is sleeping soundly, so I left her for the time being and talked to Emily. I've already dived into the first floor of Sullen Dungeon. How was it? I think it's quite an interesting place. The characteristics of the monster: if you hit the specific part of the body and defeat it, its drop will be doubled. Moreover, by using my homing bullets to defeat them, together with the tax exemption, I was able to earn 100% from the drops that I've collected. Although Emily was attentively listening to my story, but seems like she thought of something and tilted her small head. What's wrong, Yoda-san? Seems like you've used up a lot of those homing bullets. On the second half of the day. Well, I guess I used up 2/3 of my homing bullets. Then isn't it kind of waste? Since if I'm not mistaken, you have to use 2 of your flaming bullets in order to get 1 homing bullet. TLN, way to go Emily. Now that you mention, it was that kind of ratio. After being told, I just realized the most effective way of defeating the Frankenstein monster that was hatched from the garbage is by using a fused flaming bullet. So after calculating everything thus far, a flame bullet is obtained through absorbing the seeds into the box and releasing them, which means I have to defeat 2 zombies in order to get 1, and if I wanted to get 1 homing bullet, I would have to kill 4 zombies in total. Of course, all monsters can be defeated with bare hands. After listing it out, it's easy to understand the conversion of bullets. Following my calculation, it's as Emily said, this might be a waste. It's alright. It's okay desu? Yeah, Because having elixirs but not using them is a stupid principle. Because the most effective way of defeating those monsters in that dungeon is by using the homing bullet. Thus I used it. I don't know what elixir means but I got it Disu. Emily nodded, seemingly convinced. My name is Celeste. After the tall beautiful girl woke up, she introduced herself. While sitting straightly in the tent, she looked around the elegant surroundings after introducing herself. Though, I think she was just feeling awkward. While looking around the tent, she had a curious and troubled expression. I know what she was worried about as I've been through it before too. It's her, Emily's special abilities work of art. Phew. The person whom I introduced, Emily, let out an interesting voice. Even if it's a run-down apartment or a new home, or even this tent, it is because of her godlike skill that turns them into a godly warm place like a sacred temple. Really, that is totally amazing. That's not true no Desu. I'm just normally cleaning and arranging the place, that's all. I know. While shrugging, I purposely agreed and nodded. Only a genius would say that her talent they own is normal. I totally get what you mean. A talented person would not think that they have talent as if not seeing a speck of dust. Right. They would say things like, isn't that normal? Or something, and then proceed with, why can't you all do it? Which in return troubles us. I know right. Emily made an extremely troubled expression. Immediately afterwards her face turned bright red. I will go and pour some tea Su. After saying, she immediately ran out of the tent. Adorable. After Emily was gone, only me and Celeste was left behind in the tent. The girl looked at me, and once again, she bowed down deeply. Thank you very much for letting me rest at your place. Don't mind, it's something that anyone will do. Moreover, why is it that only you are the only one in charge of disposing the garbage? Won't it be even more problematic if you don't quickly dispose of the garbage and more are piled up one after the another? At first, I could manage it somehow, but information flowed that it seems that this dungeon's tax preferential treatment is about to end. Thus before it is over, every adventurer bombarded this area, and thus why. I understand. Probably a lot of people have heard of the agreement between the two associations, Shikaro and Hetero. Naturally, if they decided on which city this dungeon is under the jurisdiction of, taxes will be embedded, thus adventurers take this opportunity to earn some cash. That's right. How long was I asleep? Probably half a day. Plus the sun is about to set. That's bad. Celeste then abruptly ran out of the tent, going to a place that is slightly away from the tent, where the distance is almost safe for the rogue monsters to not spawn. There, a mountain of garbage was stacked earlier. That amount is almost like a few worth of garbage trucks. In just half a day, it became like that. As I suspected, the amount increased. That's right. I'm sorry. I'll clean it up immediately. I nodded. I really don't feel like wasting any more special bullets, but it can't be helped. Celeste then stood in front of the pile of garbage, and below her feet a magic formation enlarged. Ooh! Without thinking I let out my voice. The magic circle was larger than when we first met, and the magic circle shined brightly. Celeste held up her hands, and a pale flame appeared enveloping the mountain of garbage, and in a moment it turned into ashes. That's impressive. I didn't know she was a person with high magical power. While thinking so, Celeste took a step back, and, like Emily, briskly walked away from that location and came back here, smiled and bowed. Thank you. It's because you helped me. Phew. It's because you let me rest at your tent, and my magic was able to recover way more than usual. Really, thank you so much. You're an amazing person. I'm just normally, Emily who was being praised. For some reason I was also happy about it. It's amazing that a 130-centimeter girl with strength could swing that hammer. What's more, she was the one who made our houses so warm. I'm really blessed that I have such an amazing person to happily and mercilessly do all these whether it is a tent or not. Yep, it's all because of Emily. It's thanks to Emily that Celeste, who previously could not catch up with everyone's garb by herself, finishes her job. Emily is truly supporting everyone's life. THTH, that's a little too much nano desu. It's not a lot in the least. I also agree. I want to talk about you to everyone right now. Please stop it, Desu. If you do that I will really die, Desu. Emily's face was bright red like a boiling octopus being lifted up when me and Celeste was teasing her. Nevertheless we didn't care, and she continued thanking her, and in the end made her squirm. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 38. As usual, the novel is too sweet for me. Greater than / once again, hey ya all. Sorry for the delay as exams and all, not stress, but just busy with studying OTL, forgive me. Featured image credit. On the next day, I went out to Salon's first floor early in the morning, using the homing bullets. I'm earning double the income by guiding the slimes who were flying towards me on top of the magic cart, then shoot them using the homing bullet, and letting the double drop smoothly fall into the cart. Even though I have a homing bullet, but it's funny that I still have to guide them before shooting them. Before you know it, I've already collected a full load of soybeans, and thus head out of the dungeon and sell them off. A full load of soybeans in the magic cart is around 1,000 pounds, since I weigh around 70 pounds, I'm guessing is roughly around 1 ton. After selling it I earn a total of 80k Piro, quite a sum if I do say so myself. Using the magic cart's calculation function, I earn a total of 200k Piro before noon came. Celeste. Rita-san. After going through my third round of selling of the drops, somehow I bumped into Celeste when I was hanging around at the dungeon. Even with the crazy amount of people crowded in the middle of it, she still stood out. A girl with a long and luscious hair and a height capable of being a model, while putting her hands up high and stretching her spine, truly is, in a good way, a remarkable sight to see, which attracted people's attention. What are you doing? Shopping some daily necessities. I see. While nodding, I looked around. There's quite a number of shops around. There's ranges from liveware to luxury goods, and they're also selling jewelry. Wait, why jewelry? Jewelry does sell well in these kinds of places. How so? The adventurers that came to earn some cash, their pockets should be warm. Ah, it's warm alright. Cause I'm also one of them. With yesterday's 500k Piro and today's 200k Piro, I've already quickly earned a total of 700k Piro. What's more, they would wanna get some souvenirs before going back. In that case, things like accessory or jewelry will sell well as the ladies would wanna get them. It also appeals to the guys. I who understood this became sort of sad. Even though we have earned a sum of money, but we spend to appeal to the girls as gifts. I looked at the stores that are displaying a variety of accessories. My beloved gun, I felt like its presence instilled something on me. Now that I think about it, during the time when I got hold of my second gun, I wanted to give something to Emily as thanks, and was procrastinating for a really long time. Fumu. It's not about the appearance, but because of gratitude, and because of that gratitude, I wasted all my wealth. No, think of it as a cheap way of getting out of it. While convincing myself, I came to believe that it was indeed normal. Together with the income I earned for 2 days, plus the savings that I have from Shikaro, a ring that is worth 1,000,000 Piro, is currently wrapped in a box and is inside my pocket. TLN, I thought he gave her a ring already, that X2 ring. Just by glancing at it, I thought to myself that this ring would definitely suit Emily, even though I just spend 1,000,000 for it, but because I want her to feel appreciated, I promptly decided to purchase it. Right now, I'm holding on to it and head back to the tent where Emily is. Naturally my footsteps quicken, and I was getting extremely nervous that my heart is pounding. Without paying attention to my surroundings, I unintentionally stumbled, and was about to drop the ring in the box. While in midair I hurriedly caught hold of it, and breathed a sigh of relief. Mew. As I was about to drop the box, smack, an idea struck on me. The sensation is as if a white thunder fell onto me, and that sensation inspired me. What was that? What was I thinking just now? While contemplating, I can't remember. Although I had an idea but it immediately slipped past me and I've forgotten about it. But the feeling is still stuck to my head. But I really want to remember it. In such case, I will repeat back my actions. Since repeating my actions, might make me remember back. I went back to my previous spot, and again remembering how I walked, and then accidentally stumbled and lose the grip of the box. Then hurriedly catch it. Oh, I remembered. Just when I caught hold of the ring, it slipped out of my hands. This ring is also a dungeon drop, according to the laws of this world. What that means is that if I were to lose it, it will turn into a rogue monster. Plus this is outside the dungeon, and rogue monsters don't usually drop any items. But if I were to defeat it, I will definitely get a drop. What's more, it's not an ordinary drop at that. 1 million Piro. I really wanna know what the rogue monster of this ring drops. Being curious, but also wanna return the gratitude towards Emily. I'm troubled. Not far from Celine Dungeon, a secluded area, I left the box with the ring in it on the ground, and took a distance. I'm sorry, Emily. In the end, curiosity got the best out of me, and I'm now turning the ring into a rogue monster. For Emily tomorrow, no, the day after tomorrow, I'll do my best in earning, and convince myself that I will go and get the same ring again after earning the money. Afterwards, I waited. While having the gun in both hands, I stared at the box. After what feels like an eternity, the box cracked, and a monster appeared from within. The shape of the monster resembles that of a human, but it's clearly not a human. It's several times more macho than an average human, and the hair and skin is burning in a bright red color. Ifrit, that name naturally came out of my mind. While holding onto my dual guns, I loaded the freezing bullets, and fired. The bullets then froze the flames, causing a cold steam to be released into the air. Though that was only for a moment. The fire spirit ate my bullets and was frozen for just a moment, and the ice immediately melted off. It then shot a burst of flame towards me, so I dodged and fired another round. Although I was about to fire and fuse both the bullets while aiming at it, I had to dodge its attack while firing, and the fusion failed and normally shot it. Both the freezing bullet hit the target, and this time the range of the ice has gotten larger. Then it was being melted, and melted, though this time it took longer than usual. Though it's probably just my imagination, but the spot that I fired, the color of the flame has seemingly turned darker. Looks like it's working. With that in mind, I immediately fired all the rounds of the freezing bullet. Then, the fire spirit was hit by the freeze bullet one after the another. The spirit was defeated, and an item has dropped. Isn't his the same ring just now? The ring that was on the ground, when I appraised it, it's exactly the same ring that I bought just now. Even if it's outside the dungeon, something like this can happen too. To be honest, I was expecting that if I were to defeat a 1 million Piro worth ring, I would get a weapon stronger than my guns right now. Of course I executed it, but this was the result. Guess it can't be helped. Let's just put it off, as I can get back the ring without buying it again. Since it's originally a present for Emily, I then pick it up. The moment I pick it up with my hands, all drop rate is now +1. A voice was heard. It's the same voice as when I pick up the seeds. Is this the same as that? Wait, this is strangely different. When I pick up the seeds, it will immediately disappear from the palm of my hands, but the ring did not do so. I purposely drop the ring, and once again pick it up. All drop rate is now +1. Again, the voice was heard. I feel like I understand what's going on. If it doesn't disappear, then this must be an equipment. And if you equip this onto yourself, the effect would be something like a status up effect. I brought Emily near the entrance of the dungeon where the know-it-all board is displayed. Is there a reason why we are here, Disu? Please wear this. This is Phew. Emily troppled when she looked at the ring. This is my gratitude for you, please accept it. Boo. But I looked at Emily, who was lost in words. Emily, who was staring straight at me, looks like she had 100 expression on her face. She was surprised, and then was worried, then right after her face was bright red. In the end she nodded and timidly come closer, and received the ring. As soon as she received it, she looked at the know-it-all board. You heard it too? Yes, Disu. Let's test it out. Emily, who nodded again, then skillfully operated the know-it-all board as if she's used to it. Skipping the first page, she went to the second page. 2/2, Vegetation D, +1, Animal E, +1, Mineral E, +1, Magic E, +1, Special Item E, +1, dash. Displayed in front of us was a status that we have not come across before. As I suspected, it's one of those equipment. I'm glad. Yes, Disu thought his is the first time seeing such display, but that comes to show that it's Yoda-san's strength. Disu, Emily, who is with me for really long time, has gotten the answer right away, but that doesn't matter right now. I repositioned myself and looked at her and said, "Thank you for everything once again. Can you please receive this? Yes." After a short period of silence, Emily looked extremely happy, and shyly nods. "Thank you very much." And she grasped the ring with both hands and embraced it ever so gently. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 39. Hey everyone, I will be resuming the usual schedule after this week, as my finals will finally be over. Sorry for the constant delays. Greater than W. Salon Dungeon, the second floor. Emily and I just arrived that floor, and am currently finding for monsters. While we were strolling around the floor, something pop out from the ground one after the another. It is Salon's second floor's monsters, Treant. When you look at it from the side, the old tree looks about 3 meters tall, but as we approach it, it responded to our movement and attacked us by using its branch like a tentacle to reach us. We immediately dodged away, and I looked at Emily. She is gazing at the treant with a serious expression, while also holding on to her huge hammer, which is larger than her actual body. "Well then, shall we?" "Yes, Disu." Emily takes a deep breath, holds her hammer and jumped, and on her fingers was the ring that I gave her as a present. Emily, who has jumped up from the ground, the treant then uses its branch as a means of attacking by whipping it at where Emily's position was. I supported her from behind by shooting. I fired the normal bullets to repel the attacks of the branch. As Emily steadily approaches it, she jumped up high towards the treant and rushes down with her hammer facing downwards. Beaky. It was a sound of woods breaking, and the branches of the treant was smashed in half. Did we do it? Hi. Just when Emily falls down and landed on the ground, the treant counter-attacks. After attacking Emily with the remaining branches that it had, pushing her backwards, the crushed branches began to regenerate. It regenerated at a rapid speed, taking only around 5 seconds to completely recover its branches. This seems to be the same as the rare slimes from above. I understand now that Salon has a lot of monsters that has a self-regenerating feature. Emily. I'm alright. Emily once again jumped up, and used her hammer to repeatedly smash at it. Her action reminded me of making mochi. Though this thought was going through in my mind right now. Emily, who was attacking while leaving herself wide open, the treant was smashed to pieces. The treant that was damaged beyond repair made a bond sound and disappeared while standing. It seems that hitting at it diligently is okay too. Yep, Disu. Emily, who was nodding, made a face saying she was reliable. Even though the treant was defeated, but no item was dropped, but we didn't mind it and continued searching for more monster. Immediately after, we found another treant being risen from the ground. Emily jumped at it before it could fully grow out from the ground. It's her philosophy of whoever strikes first wins. This time she didn't need any assistance from me, and defeated it in one strike. An item was then dropped. The old tree made upon noise and disappeared. What dropped was a meat. It was a rather juicy and appetizing looking chicken breast. So it's breast meat. I wonder if the price is cheap. While I was having such thoughts, it dropped something. Disu. Emily went in front of the drop and picked it up from the ground, and trembled while making an exciting sound while looking at me. Is it that important? My drop rate is F. Disu. Although people say that F and E are the lowest drop rate, but in contrast it's actually a rather big difference. For those who have every drop as F would usually be called as F final, that even some dungeons prohibits these adventurers from even entering the first floor. Is that so? No wonder they send someone with F drop rate. Emily tilted her head with a question mark on her head. Thus, I talked to her about the person in Hatero that was hired with a considerable strength, which is Eugene. Even though his combat power is amazing, but in the end, his vegetation drop rate is F. There are also these kinds of strategies. Emily was strangely admired by it. After a while, She took the dropped chicken breast and puts it into the magic cart, and looked up and stared at me. Yoda-san, I'm really grateful for what you've done. I'm glad that you are pleased with it. I've actually never heard about this kind of equipment before. As expected, it's because it's from Yoda-san desu? The second half of Emily's words was muffled. Drop rate of S. At this moment it is a secret between us only, and Emily is the only one who knows about this. That's the reason why she muffled her voice when talking about this. That's correct. I turned it back into a rogue monster, and defeated it again. I knew it. As expected of Yoda-san desu. Well then, we have finally checked on the effects of this ring. After this, it's back to leisurely hunting monsters and earning more money. With this even if it's animals or minerals I can finally follow wherever Yoda-san is going. While muttering such words, she rubbed the ring on her fingers, while showing a gentle expression. Though I could not clearly hear what she murmured, but it was worth it to give her the ring as she had a really happy expression on her face right now. Suddenly, Emily was surprised attacked by a monster. It didn't come from the ground, but was being born from the wall beside her. A sharp tentacle branch splits the air and attacks her. Emily. Emily quickly flew away after responding to my words. The monster attacked at the spot where she was standing a moment ago and made a dent on the ground. Are you alright? Yes desu, I'm glad. Moreover, about this tree, isn't it different from the ones just now? Mew? Emily, who was alright, answered me, and I looked at the monster. Just looking at it, it is just a normal old tree, but the color of the branches are different, plus the face looks like an old man with a goatee. What's more, the size is one size larger, and there's a sort of atmosphere around it. It's just as she said, it's different from the rest. I looked around me, and the adventurers were fighting the treant, which was similar to what we were fighting just now, but this one is clearly different from the rest. So this must be the rare monster on this floor. It must be desu? Hi. The rare treant stretched its branch towards Emily, which is sharper than usual, and Emily immediately guards it with her huge hammer, and was sent flying away. Emily, I'm okay desu. Emily landed and hold on to her hammer. Seems like it didn't take a lot of damage. I took a posture with my gun. At that moment, I hesitated. Salon's second floor's monster, their drops are meat, and this rare monster's drop is most certainly meat too, though I have no way of confirming it, but theoretically it should be correct. The only way to know is by getting evidence. Shikoro and Hetero both have it. This monster will surely drop some sort of meat. There it is, the bearded treant. TLN : really? Ah, damn it, I really wanted it. Don't drop, don't drop, don't drop. Without realizing, some adventurers were gathering around us. It must be because of this rare monster, I mean the bearded treant, that if you get a drop you can head over to Hetero's association and will be rewarded handsomely by them. Similarly to what I got from Shikoro when defeating the rare monster on the first floor. And only that person who gets the drop will he be able to get the reward. Plus, whoever sees the monster and gets into a battle with it first, other adventurers are forbidden to interfere with it unless they could not defeat it. That's the reason why the other adventurers are praying that I don't get a drop. Cause if I don't get any drop, then it would leave a chance for others to get the reward. Though, unfortunately for them, my drop is S. If I were to defeat this, I will definitely get a drop. What should I do? If I were to defeat it, I would be giving Hetero a point which nullifies what I did previously. That is, rather stupid. Swoosh. I saw a familiar face from the crowd of adventurers. It is the person responsible for Hetero Dungeons Association, Harvard. Harvard looked at me, and faintly laughed at me. Did he see through me? Did he really see through the reason I was troubled? There's a possibility. If the ability of the adventurer is high, then so is his drop rate. What it means is that no one would imagine that there's anything wrong with it. Harvard probably saw through it. Looking at him closely, there's another person standing beside him. It wasn't Eugene, but a different person with an aura around him. Like Harvard, I knew what he was thinking. Most probably that guy has an animal drop rate of A. Hetero side most likely put a prize money from gaining information just like us, and quickly rushed at the scene when a rare sight is mentioned. After looking more closely, it seems that the opposite side Duke, which is the representative of Shikoro Association, is here too. He also had a troubled expression whilst looking at me. Whenever something happens, the scene is soon filled with a crowd of curious onlookers, especially the two representatives. I can't keep delaying this anymore. If that's the case, Emily. Yes, Disu. The moment I called for her, a wind passed by my side. It was Emily who ran through the side of me, with her 130-centimeter body carrying her huge hammer. She then glanced at me, and threw something at me. I instantly caught hold of it. It was the ring that I gave her as her present. It seems that Emily knew what I was thinking. No, it's probably that she had already thought of it way before me, because she has already experienced having an animal drop rate of F for many years. That very girl is now challenging the bearded treant. My own drop. She tried to take advantage of her originally having F drop rate by removing the ring. I'll assist you. I loaded the freezing bullet into my gun, and rapidly fired at the ground. The goatee old tree's trunk was frozen, plus the tentacle branches was frozen up too. I've completely sealed its movement, and Emily proceeded to jump towards it. Emily, who dashed at the treant with her hammer, jumped and positioned her hammer downwards. In a flash, the dungeon shook by that one attack. Emily managed to defeat the bearded treant in one blow. The rare monster disappeared, and nothing dropped. The adventurers around us were happy that nothing was dropped, and finally dispersed from our location. Harvard, who had a faint laughter on his face, understood the reason behind why Emily was the one defeating it, immediately had a difficult expression and walked away with the adventurer he brought. When Harvard left, I went close to Emily, and gave her back the ring. Thanks, Emily. No problem, Disu. I'm impressed. Before I could ask, you've already went ahead and defeat it. I remember back about the conversation we talked about just now. I see. I'm happy that I was of help to Yoda-san. It was worth considering what I could always do to help you, Disu. Emily cried out, and said with a smile on her face. My chest was feeling slightly hot. Thank you. You really helped me. Smiling back at Emily, I held her hands, and gave her the ring back. Looking really happy, she carefully received it as if it is something important. I was happy for her, and was excited. Probably, because if I defeat other rogue monsters, I could get an item similar to the ring. Compared to the seeds, the item can actually give a status effect, and if you remove it, the effect will be lost, so you can fluctuate the effects freely. I understood that this would lead to various possibilities, and became even more excited. Thank you. Thank you, Sato-san. Wow, really, thank you again, for having the idea of not defeating it yourself so you won't get the drop. Really, thank you so much. Dooku realized our plan that Emily had a low drop rate, thanked me over and over again. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 40. My evaluation for this author has increased plus 100. The next day, I ventured into the inner depths of Solin's dungeon, where I ended up on the first floor. The action that I'm performing on that very floor is encountering slimes from one end and penetrate their liquefied figure with the homing bullets. With me having my drop rates reaching all S, I will 100% be guaranteed of a drop, plus with the homing bullet I can get double the drop. Using the strongest pattern I thought of on Solin's first floor, whilst being inexorable, my mind is but an empty state, where the only thing capable of processing is my working mode of attaining more earnings. Why am I only at the first floor, one might ask? To put it in a better perspective, if I were to be on the second floor, where my tasks is to defeat those treant monsters, then I would not be able to switch into inexorable mode where I can mindlessly murder the monsters the moment they appear at the corner of my eyes. What's more, we had a recent incident occurring on the second floor where we defeated a rare treant. At this moment, incident will result in failure. Thus, without having to worry about the bothersome issues, I decided to earn my income on the first floor. I looked at my magic cart filled with soybeans, signaling the end of my hunting session. I decided to head out from the dungeon, and sold the soybeans off, earning me a total of around 80 Kpiros. Then, doing this repetitive task for 3 times, and on the third round, I unfortunately ran out of homing bullets. The efficiency of getting drops had indeed fallen, thus ending my session early and decided to retreat back to the surface. The grand total of my income was 200k euro. At last, this will be the amount I need to test out some theories I'd thought up. Gathering a large distance away from the dungeon, I reached at a secluded area, where not a soul is here. The dungeon, the tents, the crowd of people, even mountain of garbage that Celeste has to deal with seemed really small from my vision. With that, I took out a bag. Splurging today's income of 200k euro, I bought myself 4 types of bracelets, and these bracelets each have their own different gem attached to it: a pink color sapphire, an orange color sapphire, a white pearl, and a red ruby. With all these in the bag, it was a total sum of 200k euro. If I divide it, one of each bracelet would be exactly 50k, which is a 20th of Emily's ring that I gotten for her as a present. It's not about the price. Yes. Gathering back my senses, I first grabbed hold of the pink sapphire and placed it on the ground, then walk a fair amount of distance away from it. With my 2 beloved guns loaded with the flame and freeze bullet, I patiently waited in alert. The flame and freezing bullets, when fighting an unknown monster, this is the combination I use that can deal with most situations. But of course, without endangering myself, I came prepared to immediately reload the normal bullet or healing bullets for when the time comes. Whilst waiting for some time, the rogue monster finally hatched from the bracelet, burning in flames. It looks like a monster in a shape of a human soul. In my mind I could guess what it was. What popped out in my mind was the word lower grade fire spirit. Maybe due to the fact that I'm at such a huge gap of distance away from it, the spirit did not immediately attack me but was leisurely drifting around. Grasping this opportunity, I positioned my gun, aimed carefully at the ball of flame, and fired the freeze bullet. The bullet hit the center of the monster, and cold air was blown off. The fire spirit noticed my presence, and drifted towards me. The momentum of the fire spirit is much more weaker compared to before. I continued firing the freeze bullets. Whenever I hit it, the momentum of the fire, the soul would gradually grow smaller and smaller. With my current distance, I continuously fired a total of 5 freezing bullets at it, and no sign or traces of it is left. Similar to before it hatched, a bracelet embedded with a pink sapphire dropped to the ground. I approached closer to the ground, and picked it up. Mineral drop +1. The usual voice resounded in my head. Now I understand. This only affects one type of drop rate. If a million euro worth ring gives all drop rate status of +1, then this will give one specific drop rate a +1. Well, you pay for what you get. After that, the next in line is to hatch the orange color sapphire embedded on the bracelet. This time, a water type soul appeared, and I settled it with the flame bullets. The same bracelet dropped to the ground, and I picked it up. Mineral drop -1. A drop rate can be lowered. Then again, these kinds of equipments do exist in games, since having a drop rate of F has its own uses. Wait, can it be? If the effects of -1 is put into a person with F drop rate, then technically, wouldn't it become completely zero chance of dropping anything? At least even for F sometimes you get a drop, but not 100% nothing. From this 2 equipment, I thought of 2 types of probabilities to categorize it: 100% and 0%, and the 2 other types. The vectors of 100% and 0% are both complete opposite and are absolute. I would need Emily's cooperation again for this. Next is the pearl bracelet. This time a dog appeared. It's a medium-sized dog, and with a ferocious face. Its body is covered in flames. Thus, I fired it with the freezing bullet. Even if I shot it at the flames around its body did not put out. Thus I used the fusion freezing bullets to attack it. After that managed to defeat the fire dog. The same pearl bracelet dropped. Damage to plant dropped item is increased by 10%. Oh, an interesting status has finally appeared. Apparently, it's an equipment where your damage increases when you fight a specific type of race. This should be useful. With that in mind, I let out a laugh. It's not a slime type or an undead type, but rather it's monster that drops vegetation. As I thought, it's so fitting of this world to give this. Anyway, Let's get another one or two of this pearl bracelet. After a while we would need to head back to Shikaro, an agricultural city where almost all items drop vegetation, which makes me want to have this damage up bracelet more. Finally we came to the last bracelet. The red ruby bracelet was then hatched into a rogue monster. This time a black ball is floating around, and electricity is crackling around its body. Compared to the other two, I do not want to get close to this thing. While taking safety measures, I sharpened my senses, and fired the freeze and flame bullets together. The thunder spirit swallowed the annihilation bullet, and died in one hit. Then a red pearl bracelet dropped on the ground, and I proceed to pick it up. The drop rate of rogue monsters will occasionally increase. Without realizing I let out my voice. It resembles the time I once heard from when defeating the Slime Brothers, but the effect is totally different compared to that. At the first floor of Turaru, a monster called Slime Brothers dropped a ring. That ring's effect is to double the effects of drop rate, which only works inside the dungeon. Because it had no effect on rogue monster, it remains as is at Emily's possession. But this time the effect is different. The target is clearly limited to rogue monsters. Similar to increased damage when fighting vegetable-type monsters, the effect is limited only to rogue monsters. Probably there's another equipment that increases the damage being dealt to rogue monster, but that's for another day. For now, I want to know the effect of this bracelet in detail. Then, taking out my collection box, things that I brought from Nonium, the collection box that refills my special bullets, leaving it on the ground, and taking a distance. Afterwards, 50 skeletons hatched. Guess I should use the freeze bullet. Though it's easy to defeat the skeletons with normal bullets, I decided to use the freezing bullets instead. Put it in, shoot it, put it in, and shoot it. Killing them one after the another, I'm taking down the skeletons with freezing bullets. After demolishing 50 skeletons easily, I picked up the dropped freeze bullets and counting them one by one. In total, 55. Though I defeated 50, I got 55 bullets. The drop rate increased by 10% compared to not wearing the bracelet. For other people, defeating rogue monsters is 0%. It is absolute. Thus, this bracelet is an equipment dedicated to only be used by me. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 41. Legendary 8-headed and 8-tailed Japanese dragon. Featured image credit. The two cities adventurers that are crowding Insulin are currently occupying the free-to-use know-it-all board. Thus, Emily and I walked around the entrance, and found a know-it-all board that is slightly further away from the dungeon where not many are present. Thus we went and approached it. While operating the board as usual, I checked on the status. 1/2, Level 1, HP, S, MP, F, Strength, S, Stamina, F, Intelligence, F, Mentality, F, Speed, A, Dexterity, F, Luck, F, Dash. Yoda-san became really strong, plus your speed is almost approaching to S. Remembering back when I first met Emily and my entire status was F. That was nostalgic. And you're gonna eventually turn all these to S, right? That's what I'm planning to do. I immediately replied to Emily. I've heard that Nonium in its entirety has 9 floors in total, and the first page of the status seemed to have 9 stats in total. What's more, I'm the only one who can make the status up seeds to drop and use them. I've got a feeling that it wasn't a coincidence that the dungeon has 9 floors in total. That was what I genuinely felt. Well then, this is all well and good. The problem comes right after. Yes, Disu. Operating the know-it-all board, I turn to the next page. 2/2. Vegetation S. Animals S. Minerals S. +1. Magic S. Special items S. Dash. It's still at S nano desu. I was sure that it would change into SS. Looking at my equipment, the pink sapphire that I recently obtained, I grabbed hold of it and turned it around my wrist. An effect that gives a +1 to mineral. That was exactly what the know-it-all board was showing. Though, my status is still at S. Yoda-san, is it because S is the highest possible rank that it can't go any higher? I guess so. Just in case, Let's have Emily try it on. Okay, Disu. I took off the bracelet and handed it over to Emily to wear it, and let her operate the board. After checking the second page, her mineral drop really did increase from F to E. 2/2. Vegetation S. Animals S. Minerals S. -1. Magic S. Special items S. Dash. Huh? It didn't decrease at all. It's not dropping, Disu. I was honestly surprised. While equipping the bracelet which gives a -1 in mineral drops, I honestly thought that my drop would decrease to. I wonder why. I'm sure. The corner of Emily's eyes crinkled as she smiled. That's because it's Yoda-san, Disu, was what she replied. For some reason, I could take that answer. Drop S, though some people in this world heard of this terminology. But it is still a mysterious status to a lot of them, a status that only I have. Somehow or rather, the equipment doesn't affect my status. Since Emily had some grocery shopping to do, we went our separate ways, and I head back to the tent. Getting close to the tent that is close to the mountain of garbage, I saw Celeste making a difficult expression on her face. What's wrong, Sato-san? Seems like you're making a painful expression. What happened? Well, I've heard from rumors that double the adventurers are flooding into Celine Dungeon starting from tomorrow. Double the adventurers? Even though it's just baseless rumors, but if that is true then the garbage will double up too, and I will have more workload to carry. I countlessly issued for a request. But because this was still rumors, I wonder if anyone would come and help out at all. Celeste had a worrying expression from start to end. If we were to compare the amount of garbage equaling the amount of people, then if double the people were to come into Celine, Celeste would be troubled. I'll help out. For the disposition of trash, I can help you, boo, but Sato-san has the dungeon to worry about. I can't leave you be. Seeing Celeste, who was shocked, immediately had her face turn bright red. The first time I met her, she overworked herself till she fainted. The garbage that endlessly increases, although it exceeded her own processing capacity, she kept on working hard to dispose of the garbage all by herself. And she reminded me of my past self. Previously working for Black Company, they never hired any new workers, which resulted in me overworking myself. Maybe that's why she sort of resembled me. So I thought that I'm strong enough to help her out. With that feelings rising, I looked straight into her eyes. Thank you. Very much. Celeste's face was bright red, and with an embarrassing look in her face she thanked me. The rumors were true after all. Inside the tent, the one in charge of Shikuro Association, Duke, replied. In order to confirm whether this rumor was true, I went to him to seek for an answer. Is that right? It's as expected after all? No. It's actually Hedero's side that's coming. It's all because of them. I guess they are using a tactic where they are willing to overflood the dungeon with their people. It's the opposite. Huh? Duke then made a difficult expression. The odd numbers, basically the floors that drop vegetation, they intend to flood those floors, so that's how it is. They want to send a bunch of drop rate F to those floors. Duke firmly nodded. It seems like the opposite party aren't afraid of going beyond to interfere with us. They will arrive here sometime tomorrow. The number. I heard that they brought along so many that they might just overflood the floors. Are they trying to occupy the floors for themselves? What's more, this action is lawfully legal. They can just write off on the surface saying, due to the monsters increasing, more adventurers came to defeat them. As easy as that. I can understand the grave situation till I too made a bitter face. Back then, there was a strike going on in the 5th dungeon of Silicon because of some people wanting to occupy that floor all by themselves. But this time it's different. With the larger scale of adventurers they sent, they won't have a problem of completely clearing out the monsters on those floors. Phew. I have an idea. Let's settle it by today. 3rd, 5th, 7th, and the 9th floor. If all these floors were to have a rare drop, then at the bare minimum at least we would have a chance. If that can be done we would have already won. Rare drops are hard to come by, plus during this period all drop probabilities are cut by 1%. If I were to do it then wouldn't it increase to 100%? That's impossible. Let's make the information fee of informing about the rare monsters around No, let's just go all out. Whoever can report first will get 10 million euros. That's too much. If we were to do that, after I defeat the rare monster and get the drop, the reward will be used to pay them. Duke was startled. I stared straight back at him. My drop will still be S after confirming with the 2 bracelets. Ever unchanging status that is bestowed upon me. Even if it's rare, the drop will be 100%. That is if I encounter one. I was convinced about it. Listen at your own risk. OST by Nier Automata Dark Colossus. Sullen Dungeon. The 9th floor. The face of Duke, who has an expression of half trusting half not trusting until then, changed. Now every day a rare monster will definitely be encountered. Because of the changes of whoever can give the info of a rare monster will be rewarded with 10 million euro. Information is being flooded to us one after the another. Thus Duke and I went to the dungeon, and defeat the rare monsters that were being restrained. The 3rd floor, 5th floor, and the 7th floor. Defeating one rare monster on each of the corresponding floors, Duke's expression gradually turned into being startled, and changed into an expression with respect. Afterwards, we arrived at the 9th floor, with a reward of 10 million for giving information, plus the rumors of getting drop from the 3 former floors. People were overflowing in the dungeon. I was being watched from a gallery full of expectation. And thus I was being confronted with a huge snake with 8 heads. It's as if it's Yamato no Orochi. Either of the neck is its weak point, and the neck of the weak point changes each time it's being regenerate. Duke explained. Since I've been fighting these monsters every day, I already know how to defeat it. First is a trial run. I countered one of the necks who was trying to bite me and hit it with my penetration bullets. The huge head was flown off, but it immediately regenerated. This time the necks gathered together and bite. Barely avoiding it, the snake that tried to bite me made a huge crater on the ground that I was just on. While it was widening its mouth to try to attack me again, I fused the flame and freeze bullet together to form an annihilation bullet towards it. The moment the attack landed, 3 necks immediately disappeared after swallowing the bullet. But those immediately regenerated again. It sure is annoying to deal. Only the neck that has a weak point can get drunk when drinking sake. And have we found the weakness yet? I gradually grasped the Yamato no Orochi-like monster's weakness. Shall I go prepare the sake? It's alright. It's time to carry out the plan. I beat the attacking Yamato no Orochi into the direction where the gallery wasn't there. While it's rolling back up, I immediately loaded my 2 guns with all my homing bullets, aimed at it and randomly fired. Because I immediately shot that much homing bullets at once, it looks like homing missiles, spreading in all direction and then concentrating on one of the 8 heads and flew there. The huge head of Yamato no Orochi that is thicker than the human body, the neck became a beehive. The huge body made a screeching sound and died standing. It disappeared, and a Inokatik dropped. Even though all of Sullen's rare monsters are a pain in the ass to deal with, their drops are so mediocre with no special characteristics whatsoever. I won't even want to go through this in the future. This horrible dungeon. Aside from that, thank you. Thank you so much. Duke came running towards me, and strongly grasped my hands. He then proceeded to shake my hands up and down with a boom sound, while having a grateful expression and at the same time thanking me. With this, Arshikuro will definitely win. Seriously, thank you so much. It's because of you. No, it's all thanks to Duke. No need to be modest. It's not wrong that it's thanks to you. Oh right. If I do not report this to the head office. After Duke finished saying he ran off, the figure of him running out of the dungeon, I muttered that I really wasn't being modest. When I was in that company, whatever I said was dismissed immediately. If we put it this way, it was Duke's decision to accept a proposal from a single adventurer and put together a budget of 40 million euros that brought this victory. I too thanked him for listening to my proposal. TN note. Inokatik is a mushroom that is produced in Japan. It's delicious. Legendary 8-headed and 8-tailed Japanese dragon. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 42. Image may or may not portray the chapter, especially the type of weapon she is using. Image featured credit. Inside the tent, I saw Duke, who was in a good mood. I'm gonna say this again and again, but thank you so much. It's because of Satasan that Celine will slowly be in the hands of Shikaro. I'm glad to be of help. Going on a business trip to Celine and fulfilling a request, I was relieved. Right now, the headquarters are now considering the reward that they should give to Satasan. Most probably 3-person will come to hand over the reward. 3-person, for any drops being collected from Celine. Satasan is being exempted from the tax. That I know. Before I left, it was already presented to me. And though somewhat, you will also be paid in cash. I see. It's a reasonable line. The dungeon chief ran around preparing fine quality sugar for you for a year. I don't need any of sorts. The need for a year supply of sugar, that is. Wait just a second. On what basis should I get a year's worth of sugar? Duke averted his eyes away from me. This is not the standard from him, right? This is not the standard from him, right? This is not the standard from him, right? Question mark. Since it was from me who said it, because it was important, I asked him 3 times. And Duke again averted his eyes away from me. I knew it. It's a 1 year's worth from that dungeon chief's standard. It seems like I'm being forcefully pushed to get a lot of sugar, and got a little upset. Exiting from the tent, I went back to where Emily was. At last, the request from Celine is finally over. Should I stay here for a little while longer, or should I head back to Shikaro? As I was thinking about it, I want to discuss it with Emily to make the final decision. As usual, the surrounding of Celine Dungeon is as lively as ever, or rather it's those people who were being called to come from Hetero are here, coming here to interfere with us from producing more drops. It can be said because of them it is crowded. The adventurers that are diving into the dungeon, plus those who came here to support, and those who are here to try to make money by selling goods. Altogether they are roughly around thousands of people gathered there, turning it like a small town. Oh right, if I were to go back, I should buy some souvenirs for Elsa and Dina who took care of me since the beginning. Since there are many peddlers for that, so it shouldn't be a problem to choose some souvenirs. If that's the case, then I should stay here for another few days and earn some cash before heading back. As such, after thinking about several things, suddenly, I noticed something strange. The bustling noises that was there just a moment ago disappeared. No, it can't have disappeared all of a sudden. The air around the crowd has also disappeared. Instead, I was being surrounded. I was surrounded by people who are obviously eyeing me with hostility. Around 5 meters away from me, they are currently surrounding me. They are clearly bad guys, and are staring at me. It's roughly 20 people. What do you want from me? Don't think badly of us. Right in front of me, the man who lacked a front teeth replied, I was asked to punish you a bit. Don't worry, I won't overdo it and kill you off. I'll just break of your arms and limbs so you can't work for a while. You're from Hetero, huh? It's a grudge against those whom you robbed them from their work. I see. It's because of that. Probably because those adventurers that are called from Hetero couldn't do their jobs because I've interfered with them, and most probably they aren't paid due to that. And because of that, they hold that grudge against me and came to assassinate me. Though I don't really care, but I guess I will have to pay the sparks that have fallen down. The moment I took out my gun, the man raised his hands, and the next moment, beneath my feet a magic circle enlarged. I know of your method of fighting. You're gonna use a tool to jump away, right? This is a magic circle that nullifies that tool. A jumping tool? It's a sort of wind type magic, but it's man-made. A wind magic, something like controlling a weather. I guess it's a tool that blocks magic when activated, and it's man-made too. So this magic circle below me is to prevent me from using this jump tool. I should be cautious. Phew. You guys, kill him. After the guy issued an order, the men who surrounded me attacked all at once. I kept my gun, and held my fist up. I hold on to the fist of the guy who first jumped on me, and punch him. The man got drilled by my fist and blew away. What? The man who seems to be the leader shouted, making an expression as if he wasn't told of this. Now that I think about it, when I first came to Celine till now, I've only been using my guns. What is going on? That is, if I don't care about the efficiency of defeating monsters. I slightly bend down and kick the ground, jumping straight in front of the man, and while holding back without overdoing things, I body blowed the man. The body of the man bent into a shape, coughed, and spat out saliva. Even if I don't use gun, I'm still strong, you know. Using nonium seed to nurture myself, both my strength and speed is at S and A respectively. After defeating the leader, he fainted on the ground. The men were all upset, and came attacking me all at once, using my full power and speed. Just by depending on my basic ability, I knock out the men one after the another. Oh, and I didn't forget to hold back too. The only time I use my full strength is to defeat monster because they drop items, but towards the same creatures. As humans I don't think it's necessary. Though if I were to learn some combat ability, that would be great. So after not even 5 minutes have passed, not even leaving one of them, the men were all piled up on top of the magic circle. Impossible. The men who are mad groaned. All of them were supporting themselves, while turning back and staggeringly walked back. It looks painful. It's not like I held a grudge against them or anything, but if I don't keep them in check, it will never end. I held my gun, and shot at the leader. The bullet flew towards him, and just like that, hit the leader who could not fight back at all. A white light was glowing around that man. The bullet that I shot was the healing bullet. In the middle of the magic circle that prevented jumping tools, I shot the healing bullets to the men. Like the magic storm at that time, this magic circle seal did not have an effect on my bullet. After few bright lights shone here and there, the men were all healed. Immediately healing them, they did not understand what was going on and were perplexed. You can use jumping tools. What in the world are you? The leader was lost for words. To give them one last threat, I shot an annihilation bullet below the ground near them, striking the annihilation bullet in the middle of the magic circle. It seemed that something activated, gouged by the annihilation bullet. The magic circle disappeared without making a sound. Using these would not affect me whatsoever. Plus, I thrust the gun forward, then looked behind me. No more next time, I threatened them. The men shook their heads like broken dolls. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 43. When a chapter is too cute that even the image will blow your hearts away. Featured image credit. After dealing with those assassination fellows, I head back to the tent where Emily was waiting. The tent was moved slightly further away when we were taking care of Celeste, and now it's near the location where the pile of garbage was. From now on, the amount of people will increase further until the final day of tax exemption, and with the people comes the problem of more garbage. Celeste is now facing at the mountain of garbage. Standing just slightly away from the garbage, with her high aptitude for magic, she chant a fire magic and burned the garbage. The flame that seemed to leaked out of nowhere wrapped the garbage, and turned them to ashes. Beautifully, and also really cool, was what I thought. With a strong fire magic to burn the garbage, I thought that the sight of the garbage being illuminated by flames was very beautiful. While blankly staring at the flames, half of the garbage had already been burned away, only few remained, leaving only a garbage bin size full of garbage left. I thought that after she had finished burning it properly, I would call her out, though. Celeste started chanting again. With the same usual magic, the magic circle enlarged, and her hair fluttered around while invoking the magic. Using a magic strong enough to burn an entire truck full of garbage, for such scale, the bin size full of garbage was immediately disappeared. It's as if you used the strongest magic that you have to defeat the weakest monster. That was the overkill scene that I witnessed just now. Why would she do that though, was what I thought. Celeste is going to faint. Looks like she's gonna collapse starting from the knee. I immediately dashed towards her, and embraced her. Rita-san. Being supported by my arms, Celeste muttered my name. It's exactly the same situation from when I first met her. Again she pushed herself, and now is in a weakened state. It's not certain whether her eyes are out of focus or just losing consciousness. Please stay still. I took out my gun, and check whether I loaded the healing bullets correctly, and aimed at Celeste's arm at point-blank range and pulled the triggered. Similar to an injection, the healing bullets was injected into her body. Since one shot was clearly not enough, I fired twice, and with that, Celeste's facial expression finally went back to normal. "Are you alright?" Celeste, her eyes were focused, but it was clearly different, and she isn't saying anything. She was just silently staring at me, was what I thought. I'm alright. I'm fine already." While saying so, she hurriedly pushed me away, and kept a distance away from me, reaching from where she was standing before. But why is her face all red? While thinking so, I was curiously looking at her. Seems like I'm troubling her, but what is she worried about? Oh my, what is wrong with me? Why is my heart beating so fast? What's more, while taking a few glances at me, Celeste's face went redder than before. It seems like she's asking an abundance of questions to herself. I wonder what's going on. If there's anything wrong, she should just ask me for help. If she's fine with me. Pinch. For some reason Celeste is pulling her own cheeks. Using her right hand she stretched, and her left hand also doing the same, and her right hand stretching even further, and her left hand. Wait, isn't that just going too far? I hurriedly cut her and make her stop. I'm not sure what's going on exactly, but I immediately made her stop stretching her cheeks any further and it might break. The girl who was stopped by me breathed in a breath of air. I've calmed down." With that, the expression she had previously has returned. Returning back to her cool expression, she finally returned back to being herself. Though with her cheeks subtly swollen, I managed to only voice out I was thinking about some strange things, so I tried to hype myself in spirit. I see." The girl who finally settled down explained the reason for her idiocy earlier. I somehow acknowledged it. "I guess when someone tries to hype themselves they would usually hit themselves in the cheeks. Yep, I guess they do. Let's not use it suck-me on her." After rewriting my memories, I tried to divert the topic, and curiously asked her something that I thought of. "The garbage that you were burning earlier, it seems that you used a strong fire magic to burn those little garbage left just now. But why? Shouldn't you save some and use a simple magic to burn it?" "I can only use that." "Only use that?" "It's a level 3 ranged flame magic. Inferno. This is the only magic I know how to use." That's all?" "That's all." Celeste firmly nodded. You said something about level 3, so there is level 1 and 2? Is it worse than 3? And can you use them?" "I don't think so. I can only use this." The wind blew, and the girl's beautiful hair fluttered. Celeste, without needing to even think, firmly nodded. So basically, Mimi can't be used, but only Mizoma can be used. "I understand, hence why she can only use that." "That's the reason why she could only use that level 3 magic, an overkill magic on the garbage." "Is it common around here, that, where someone can't use a level 1 or 2 magic but are able to use level 3? Even though I'm not all that familiar with magic, but won't someone need to learn from the basics till they proceed to the next level?" No. As far as I know, I'm the only irregular one here." "Is that how it is? But how come?" I wanted to ask further, but I instantly regretted asking. Celeste had a complex smile on her face when she heard me. I immediately knew that it was something she isn't comfortable talking about. If I don't follow up, the conversation will be awkward. What should I do? "Welcome back, Yoda-san." Over there, Emily came out from the tent. Emily saved the day. She welcomed me with her usual warm smile that gently patted the air with warmth and sweetness. "Ooh, my goddess, phew, you saved us. I want a goddess like you to always stay by my side." Phew. What's happening, Yoda-san?" While being surprised by me, I thanked her many times over, though it resulted her in having her face bright red, but regardless I still thank her as that was my true feelings. And her face became even redder. Emily made a feast for us. After hearing that I've finished my work, she made a feast for me. Next to the tent a fireplace was lit, and Emily started preparing the dishes. While watching her, Celeste and I was chatting. "That's amazing, capturing it. There is certainly a confirmation of a chance to get a drop from rare monster, but to get a drop from all of the rare monsters? For my part, it's just confirming the drops on the odd number of floors." "The odd number of floors only?" "We were talking about the battle against Shikuro and Hetero." At first she was scratching her head in confusion, but after a while she seemed to got it. That's really amazing. Is that so? This is the first time I've heard of someone soloing a job like this. I was sort of flustered. Being admired by a beautiful girl like Celeste really made me slightly shy. Though I was being flustered, I wanted her to say more. Thinking back when I was thanking Emily, I would like to be praised more like that. Sills. Thank you for waiting Nano Desu. While bringing up my courage to ask, Emily came back. Since it had just been baked, please be cautious of the heat Nano Desu. Thank you. Thanks. Wait, a cake? Celeste, who received the cake, was surprised. I was also sort of caught off guard, and was eyeing at the cake. The cake that we received had a silver fork on a white dish, and was evenly cut into 3 slices. Truly a beautiful and delicious looking cake. How do you make this cake? I baked it no Desu. Baked it? Using that bonfire? Yes Desu. Using a bonfire to bake cake. Huh? Using a bonfire? While being confused, Celeste looked at the bonfire, then looked back at the cake. I then raz and let out a small laugh. Celeste, you don't have to think too much of it, eh? It's the same as a warrior that does not understand how to use magic. We will also never know how Emily created her food and also how she made even a tent so warm for the rest of our lives. While glancing at the tent, Celeste had a convinced expression. I'm sure if I explained it like so to someone, they might not get it, but because she had actually experienced what it's like being in that tent, she was convinced by Emily's miracles. I guess you're right. Using a bonfire to bake a cake, if it's Emily, won't it be possible? That's true, you do have a point. So putting that aside, thank you Emily. Let's eat. I'm digging in. Yes Desu. Please do enjoy the meal. I will now create the next dish. After saying so, she stood up and made a pitter-patter noise towards the bonfire. While looking at the entire figure of her, Celeste and I both laughed out loud. I wonder what she's going to make for us next. I'm not sure either, but if it's Emily, I'm sure we will be surprised by it again. Lots of things happened. Emily is indeed amazing. That's all there is to it. As I said it, Celeste also nodded. We both then ate our cake. The cream was really sweet, and the sponge had a soft and chewy texture to it, making it absolutely delicious. Though I had a question of how did she make it using just a bonfire, the delicious taste of the cake made me forget about it. Thank you for waiting Nano Desu. As we just finished our cake, Emily again came back. Thank you for the meal. The cake was really delicious. Yes Desu. Next up is this. Emily took out the next dish and handed it to Celeste. But, ice cream? Wait. How ice cream? Thank you. I'm digging in. Is Rita-san gonna eat it? You're not gonna even question about it and just eat it? Didn't I say it just now? Whatever she makes, we can't always be surprised by it. Celeste, who is perplexed, and Emily, who has a light aura around her while smiling sweetly. To me, I continue chewing on the ice cream she made for us. It's sweet and delicious, and my body is in bliss. I thought that it was worth the effort to come to salon. Thank you Emily. Thanks for the hard work Nano Desu, Yoda-san. And across was Celeste, who was still surprised. We chat and laughed while being surrounded by the satisfaction of finally finishing our work. TL note, there's a pun in the title anyways. Thank you all so much for joining my channel, and I really had a great time creating and continue to explore the functions together with everyone. Please do come and chat with us. Don't be shy. 3. Mimomimi is a Dragon Quest skill. I'm not sure on this, but I know it's some sort of chant in Dragon Quest. Mizoma is a Dragon Quest highest level of fire skill. The name is actually Kalmarazama, although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 44. First off, I'm sorry to all my readers that I could not release every 2 days. As mentioned, I have been really busy with my intern, and chapters will be delayed as well, but don't be sad, I will make it up where I post 2 chapters for the upcoming days. Thank you and please enjoy. Morning. Opening my eyes, I got up and went outside the secure tent, which gives off a feeling of a parent's home, and did a light stretch. Due to the fact that I'd recently just finished a job given by the association, I woke up slightly later than usual. Being influenced by Emily's lovely and warm tent that she prepared, I feel exceptionally refreshed. and all my stress and tiredness went away all at once. Mew, wow. I was immediately faced with a mountain of garbage and Celeste, who was standing slightly further away from the mountain, even though she had already disposed of it. In just one night, the garbage has been piled up into a mountain again. Wait, it's actually way more than usual. It felt like the garbage has increased by a few folds. Celeste came close from behind me, and I greeted her. Morning. Good morning. You've finally decided to wake up. It's because Emily's tent is too comfortable. Oh, I totally get what you mean. Even for me, it was difficult to get out of the tent in the morning. I was like, just 5 more minutes, another 1 more minute, just give me another 30 seconds. It was really difficult. Just so you know, an ordinary home would not give off such comfort. It's only this tent that gives off such warmth and comfortable feeling when you stay inside. You get me? Celeste then yawned and covered her mouth. The tent is way yawn. She continued to yawn. I can imagine why. Just for a moment, I felt like inviting her over. How do I put it? I feel like bragging about Emily. I somehow want to invite her to stay at our home in Chicago. Well then, with that train of thoughts, I looked at the mountain of garbage. By the way, what is with this amount? The garbage is way more than usual. I know, right? I've heard that a dungeon master has recently spawned. Since the adventurers don't dare to venture any further, most of them are just staying here while eating and drinking all day. Dungeon master? I tilted my head when I heard that term. This is the first time hearing that word. As the name implies, it's inside the dungeon. Since it's been months and we have never encountered it before, this must be the first time one has spawned insulin. Hey, there's something like this. Is it strong? It is strong. That's the problem with it. What does that imply? While I tilted my head once more, the adventurers that are gathered insulin are mostly just started or here to earn some extra cash. They only specialize in steadily hunting on the same monsters, so they can't fight monsters that are way out of their league. Yes, though starting from tomorrow, there will be adventurers that can deal with these monsters. They are adventurers that specialize in killing dungeon masters. I see. I guess there are many types of adventurers. Well, there is that princess who does business in selling the airbox that is named the Princess Airbox, and then there's people like me who are hired to deal the finishing blows on the monsters because of my high drop rate. So it's not that uncommon that they are adventurers that specialize in killing high-grade monsters. Machis are sold in a machi store, and if you want a machi you can head there to get one. Ah, what's wrong? Seems like over there's a rogue monster being spawned. There's also a lot of them and not enough people are there to handle it. Should I head there to defeat it? But anyways, I won't be diving into the dungeon for today, so I can help out. Thank you. Why did Celeste thank me and suddenly blushed? I took along my dual guns, and then I go around the mountain of garbage where the rogue monsters are. While strutting, it took me a minute to get there. It's quite a distance to the location. Over there, many Frankensteins are present. Well, it's obvious. If nobody is close to it, they would hatch into rogue monsters, and if something like this were to happen, it won't be just 1 or 2 of them. Even though Celeste was worried, I was really happy, because to me, these rogue monsters are like a pile of treasure to me. I'm currently equipping the red ruby bracelet, that gives the effect of sometimes increasing the drop rate of rogue monsters. I loaded the flame bullets to both of my guns, and leaving a safe distance away from the Frankensteins, I hunted them. I stood still, and used the fused flame bullets and defeat them one by one. The Frankenstein that was burned one after the other dropped the gold color homing bullets. Most of the time it's just 1 bullet, but because of the bracelet's effect I sometimes get 2 bullets. And just like that I diligently defeated the rogue monster while in the flow. Now that I think about it, my style might be classified as hunting the same type of monsters while unexpectedly dealing the monster in a safe and efficient way. My body became accustomed to it. Or that time when I guide the slime onto the top of the magic cart and defeat it, letting it go smoothly into the cart, which I would naturally do because it increases the efficiency of my work. That's fine and all, but I would like some changes once in a while. While muttering, I let out a bitter smile. After some time, It finally came to the last Frankenstein. I kept my gun, clenched my fist and stepped on the ground. With several patches around its muscles on both arms, it punched at me and each punch would cut through the wind. I stopped it with both my hands, and shockwave blew away the back of my surroundings, which then made a loud puckin sound. I grabbed its hand and pulled it towards me. It then loses its balance and that is where I counter it with a punch. I then rushed to catch up to the Frankenstein that was blown away, clasped my hands together and knock it with a hammer punch. The huge body was blown by my punch, and crashed into the ground. The ground cracked, making a crater around the body. As expected, it was tough. The Frankenstein did not die and was struggling trying to get up. My hands did not rest and continued pursuing it. With my strength being S and my speed being A, having all these high-specs physical abilities, I demonstrated a variety of fighting techniques where you see in mangas or in an anime. Even the world's most famous midair combat. I still remember back in the day when my friend used to ask me to fly from the jungle gym, but in the end I twisted my wrist. But now I don't have a problem and blew away the Frankenstein midair. This sort of feels good. While trying on various things, time flew. The time I took to defeat this Frankenstein took way longer than usual, and it was only one of them. The drop was the same gold-colored homing bullet. Since the effect did not activate, I only gotten one bullet. Though the results is the same, the efficiency is horrible. But I really wanted to try it out, and it felt really good. Even though I'm usually the type to play as efficiently as possible, this time I wanted to get a little sidetrack. This was one of my bad habits, but I am now relieved. Well, either way I got the job done, plus I get to try something outside my usual style. I picked up the homing bullets, and walked around the mountain of garbage to where I was. Over there, a person completely opposite from me, a person that has the worst efficiency is there. Just slightly away from Celeste, she used her inferno magic to burn the garbage. As the garbage is burning, there will tend to have a few more garbage left around. Usually you would use your low-level magic to burn away those garbage, but because Celeste only knows one magic only, it can be said that her efficiency is so bad you might as well die. After that, using such magic which consumes a lot of MP on such a useless thing, her stamina is also being consumed. Even now her body is wobbling around. Emily, you there? Yes, I am Disu. The moment I called out for her she replied, which she immediately left the tent. Let Celeste rest. If she tries to rebel, restrain her and force her to sleep. I will handle the rest of the garbage. I understand, Disu. After she said that, she went straight to where Celeste is. She caught hold of her hands, and dragged her into the tent. Emily with a happy face, and Celeste with a troubled expression. Even though she tried to release the grip from Emily, she couldn't do it. With a height of 170 centimeters Celeste, she couldn't win against a 130 centimeters Emily. It's sort of hilarious. TLN, she's almost as tall as me. Afterwards, Emily managed to pull Celeste into the tent. Before Emily went into the tent, she shifted the tent away from the garbage. As expected of Emily, she never fails to amaze me by following up because she knew I want to change the garbage into rogue monsters. I mean Frankenstein. What a wonderful woman. What's even more amazing is, in just a moment she could open up the tent again, looking like a temple from here. As expected of Emily, what a wonderful woman. It's good to heal up once in a while. While giving my blessings to Celeste, I kept a distance away from the garbage. This time I will be using the flame fusion bullets, because I'm devoted to my efficiency play. Feels good. Inside the tent, I heard someone letting out a loud voice. I then wiped out the garbage, and got myself a huge sum of homing bullets. Though I really want to leave one and beat the shit out of it, but I bitterly smiled, and clean it off with the flame fusion bullet. Oh, just then, 4 adventurers came from the direction of Shikaro. It feels like I met these 2 warriors, and 2 magicians before. They also have a sort of atmosphere around them. What's more, they seem to have a good balance in teamwork. Isn't that? Seems to be the adventurers that are hired to defeat the dungeon master Nano Desu. From behind me Emily answered. It's as I suspect. Yes Desu. Even though they seem potent, they didn't even bring a magic cart. They just wear equipment for the subjugation. Ah. Now that you mention, all 4 of the adventurers were well equipped from top to bottom. The equipment seemed to be better than the other adventurers, though it seems like it's better to bring some magic carts, but in this situation I guess it's not necessary for that. They are just equipment specially used for subjugating. Seems like Celine will go back to normal starting from tomorrow. Yes Desu. By the way, how is Celeste? She's taking a nap Desu. Once she wakes up, we can have our snack time. Please make my share too. Yes Desu. In order to heal Celeste, Emily is going to make some snacks once she wakes up. Though I'm not sure what she's going to make again. I'm sure it's gonna be something amazing again. While anticipating it, it's not just for Celeste, but she is also gonna make it for me to heal me. Emily's night healing. Little did they know, the subjugation experts were annihilated by the dungeon master. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 45. I'm tired. I'm at work. This is treacherous. I wonder why does the picture remind me of Emily. Anyways, I'm sorry for any bad grammar or vocab as I was at work doing this. It was tough, real tough when the staff or another teacher asked me, "What are you doing? Is that Chinese?" And I'm like, number. Don't forget to check out my Have Fun with All the People featured image credit. Inside Shikuro's Dungeon Association tent, Duke made a huge sound. He is desperately trying to give instructions to his fellow secretaries. I thought that I wanted to come here to hear about the situation concerning the adventurers that came here to defeat the dungeon master, but were defeated, but I guess that can't be done at the moment. There's no helping it. Shall I come here at another time? Sata-san. Duke, who was giving orders to everyone, saw me on the corner of his eyes. He immediately stood up from his seat, and came rushing towards my direction. I'm glad that you came. I was about to call you over. Seems like you're having a tough time. That's right. I didn't expect that the Conrad Familia will be easily defeated by the dungeon master, and now it's chaos around here. Is Conrad the 4-man team? You know them. I saw them yesterday arriving. I see. Duke nodded, and I followed suit his gesture and nodded, and he led me to the sofa. I sat opposite of him, and once again I listened to what he has to say. What is the situation today? I've already contacted with the headquarters and they were going to send a new batch of rescuers over here, but Hetero went and butted into our situation using Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha. We have to carefully deal with this. A new dungeon master just spawned in a new dungeon. In order to not get any sacrifices, we must do this carefully. If you're saying Chaka, then I'm sure it's a bad idea. The dungeon master can change their ecology. Duke had a difficult expression on his face. It's not just a strong demon, but if it were to stay at the dungeon for a long period of time, the ecosystem of the monsters in the dungeon might start to change. Even the type of monster might change. Hence why we nicknamed it as a master. Change the type of monster, it might change the monsters on each floor, and they might even turn into something completely different. Of course, the drop might change too. After hearing that far, I finally understood. Even for the rare monster? Yeah, even for the rare monsters. Now I understand. So, the Hetero bunch would benefit from this if they were to drag this out in the long run. If all goes well, they could change the entire cycling. Even if it goes wrong, they can just leave it as is. Duke heavily nodded at each words. Well then, what is this Cha-Cha all about? The next subjugation will be co-organized by Shikuro and Hetero's side. They clearly are just trying to meddle with our plans. It's not but that they are just there to drag us down, but they were also trying to have a say with the personal selection for this subjugation. That's the worst. Well, besides the subjugation teams, can't an adventurer volunteer to go too? The other team had some conditions. Conditions? For adventurers only 3 and above, and their status must at least be A and higher. and everyone can volunteer to go, thinking that they have demands on the number of people and the abilities. It is reasonable as to what had happened from the previous subjugation team, but you can't expect these adventurers who are here to only make a living by defeating normal monsters and selling their drops, to volunteer for themselves to defeat the dungeon master. I understand that having more people is better, but on what basis at least having 3-person in the subjugation team? It's a countermeasure against Citizen A. They have already expected that you would go for the subjugation, hence why they made a rule stating that you need at least 3 or more people to participate. A countermeasure on me. Emily. Yeah, they also know that you have another person with you that can fight alongside you, plus, they also predicted that no other adventurers would dare to venture into Ceylon at the moment. Furthermore, those adventurers that only follow a routine, they become more cautious as their abilities increases. At first they would fight against a monster at the top floor, but after they improve they would go 2 ranks down and continue to stabilize there for really long time. Over here in Ceylon, to find adventurers that have A in their ability is, as Duke said that, he let out a deep sigh. Exiting the tent, I tried calling out to some adventurers. After a few days, more or less I am able to recognize some faces, especially those who come and sell their drops, and especially those skilled adventurers. The reason why I am calling those adventurers is because I want to bring them along to subjugate the dungeon master. But all of them, they decline me. From what they said, they just want to quietly stay put and not do anything. Either way, the Shikaro or Hatero would hire someone to defeat the dungeon master. Well, most of the time, I felt some malicious intent. If they just need 3-person to enter, there's me and Emily, and we just need 1 more person and we're done. I thought that if we just need 1 more person, it shouldn't be a problem. But after going around asking for other adventurers, they flat out decline. The habits of these adventurers are really good. For dungeons that drops anything in this world, these adventurers that has a routine would also be classified as a producer. And all these adventurers are just having this as a nickname, but none of them wants to take risks, they just want to stay at their comfort zone. Even though there's 100+ adventurers around, none of them want to partake in the subjugation, though I felt that they are purposely refusing me instead of being in their safe zone, and this harassment is directed at me only. I remembered about Duke's difficult expression, and I'm sure he's already predicted that this might happen. What are you sighing about? Wow! All of a sudden a warm breath was blown into my ear, and I jolted. I stood straight up with all my hairs standing up in shock, and took a few steps away. There, an unexpected guy showed up. Neptune. Yo, long time no see. Seems like you're energetic. A suspiciously homo-looking gentle guy. Why is Neptune doing in a place like this? And behind his back 2 familiar figures seen. It was the 2 girls Siriru and Ran. Nice that I could meet you. Hey, are you free this evening? I don't have time for you, and what's more I will never have time for your tonight. Ahaha. Can't seem to get through you. You're so mean towards your future companion. I will never be a companion with this homo bast. Wait, companion? In front of me, a savior has arrived. Hey, I've had it for today, so please just form a party with me. I pleaded towards Neptune. If it's him then I can't trust him as he clearly has the strength, and he has fought with my S strength before. An A strength guy. What's more, when Nonium was first born, they were the first ones to venture into the entire floor of the dungeon. No way is he someone who would stay at their comfort zone. If it's him, he clearly fits the description I'm looking for. Well, about that, Neptune had a sorry expression. I have actually received a formal request from Shikaro Dungeons Association. Currently I'm waiting for my companion over here. What? It's really unfortunate. If only you were slightly faster. Actually, before the news came to me, I wanted to come and meet up with you. Neptune had a really unfortunate and sorry expression, and stared at me. Ugh. His stare really sends shiver down my spines. Unconsciously my body shivered and I took a few steps back. My hair was standing up. That's how scared I was. At the same time, I understand that he couldn't help out. For a moment he had my hopes up, but immediately drain it down. I went back to the tent that Emily made. Even from the outside I could tell. But I wonder why there's clattering noise inside. I wonder what had happened. It was then Emily came out of the tent. "Ah, welcome back Yoda-san." "I'm back." "What were you doing?" "It's preparations for going into the dungeon Nano Desu. It's to subjugate the dungeon master Nano Desu." "You're truly amazing, Emily. Even when I did not mention anything, you already knew about it." As usual, she naturally knew about it. As I bitterly smiled. "But I'm terribly sorry. This time I'll probably just let the rest work things out." "Honestly, we are required to have a minimum of 3 members to go into the dungeon." "Yes, Desu, I've also heard about that." If you've already heard about it, dash. Emily's smile had a weird feeling behind it, and inside the tent someone else came out. A tall girl with beautiful hair. "It's Celeste. I will also be going." "Celeste, eh? But how about the garbage?" Dash. I turned around and looked at the usual mountain of garbage, though a number of adventurers are present. While the adventurers were having fun while talking amongst themselves, they were burning the mountain of garbage. The moment I said that I will be paying for this job, everyone happily came and helped. Such a carefree bunch. While I was having a hard time trying to find some teammates, she has easily found several people to help her out. For disposing garbage, since it's fairly safe and stable to do, it was easy to find a substitute to help you out. "That's fine and all, but," I glanced towards Celeste. "But is it alright, going into the dungeon and all?" I have no idea why her face suddenly turned bright red, but nearby us, and during this time of the day, lots of people will be around the know-it-all board. 1/2 Level 2154, HP, D, MP, C, Strength, E, Stamina, F, Intelligence, A, Mentality, A, Speed, E, Dexterity, F, Luck, C, Dash. 2/2, Vegetation, F, Animal, F, Mineral, F, Magic, F, Special Item, F, Dash. Staring at Celeste's ability, the first page tells us exactly who she is, and the second page tells us the reason why she is just a casual garbage disposer instead of an adventurer. "I want to go with you." As Celeste said that, her cheeks became dyed red, then she stared straight at me. "I want to become Rita-san's strength." Unexpectedly, my heart skipped a beat. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 46. Featured image credit, proofreading/edit, Hugh. Extremely sorry for the delays again, having a 4-day holiday really turned me into a slug. Emily, Celeste and I are going into Celin's dungeon. Mew. The moment we step foot into the dungeon, I unconsciously let out a voice. If I were to put it to words, the air around here feels stagnant. The air surrounding the dungeon is as if during rainy seasons and people are soaking wet while waiting inside Haneda Airport. It's around 10 times, no 100 times worse than that. The place is stuffy, making it hard to move around. It really makes you want to get out of this place as soon as possible. For a dungeon, is it supposed to be this disgusting? That's not true. Just yesterday it wasn't like this at all. This air is due to the monsters not being in the dungeon at all. Emily seriously answered our questions. This is what happens when a dungeon master spawns in a dungeon. You know about it because in Daru it happened quite a few times before. When it happened the first time, the subjugation team told me about me and asked me to escape immediately. I see. Since you were living in the dungeon before I came about. After being convinced, I looked around my surroundings, while also keeping in mind that the air around here is heavy. There's literally no monsters around here. Is this also due to the dungeon master's presence? Yes, Desu. When it appears, no other monsters will spawn, then we have to quickly defeat it. I don't care whether a dungeon master spawns or not, but if there's no monsters spawning, especially in this world, then it will be fatal to humans. Everything, water and air, are all dropped by monsters in dungeons. This is the world I'm living. If no monsters were to spawn, then the primary industry will cease as well, making everything else fall apart. Dungeon Master. If I'm not mistaken, it can move around any floors it likes. Yes, Desu, though the same rule applies that it cannot go out of the dungeon, similar to every other monsters, but it can indeed traverse to other floors as it pleases. So I guess the only way to find it is to search every nook and cranny. Both of them nodded, and we set off in search of the dungeon master. With a fighting attitude kept, we head further into the dungeon. The first floor, nothing there. Similar case with the second floor, there's nothing here. And now we reached the third floor. There it is. Yes, Disu. It's hard to breathe. Seems like Emily and Celeste are in pain, though it's not like they're the only ones feeling it, because the moment we step foot into the third floor, I can feel a strong pressure that I have never felt before. Previously it was like child's play, but now that we are right in front of it, I can feel a strong intimidation. I grasped my gun, nodded at the two of them, and we approached it. We appeared right beside of it, with an insidiousness surrounding it. The monster, with a gigantic body and a horse for its head, coated in black, and has two horns growing on top of its head. So that's the dungeon master. It's a bicorn ... also known as the one who defiles purity. It's a bicorn A. For now let's defeat it. Yes, Disu. First up is Emily, where she flew towards it. The chibi 130 centimeters tall girl, with a huge hammer, which did not fit her character, flew towards the monster, and in the middle of the air, she spun around and swung her hammer straight down towards the bicorn. The hammer went directly for the bicorn's head, was what we thought, but the two horns above it completely nullified the damage being dealt. Emily, the bicorn repelled the hammer, and tried to pierce Emily's body. I repeatedly fired at it to stop its movement. Taking that opportunity, Emily reacted and jumped away. I kicked the ground, and dashed straight at it. Using my fluent hands, I loaded all the homing bullets into the gun in a matter of seconds. Stroked both my hands horizontally and fired with my right and left guns. The bicorn was perplexed for a moment. Because of the multiple bullets being scattered around with my gun, it became a homing missile, with all of the bullets drawing an arc towards the bicorn while orbiting around it, as if being sucked into the bicorn like a black hole. At the same time, it avoided the bullets, and jumped off. It jumped towards the corner, but the homing bullets gathered together towards it, and penetrated it all at once. But it didn't work. Is it using some kind of barrier? There's no response at all. When me or Emily attacked, the bicorn used its horns. It feels like there's some sort of invisible barrier shielding it. Anyways, for now just continuously attack it. Celeste, please support us. I understand. Celeste, who was at the end of a corner, nodded, and proceeded in using high-level magic. The magic circle expanded, and she released her magic after chanting. It's a level 3, high-leveled magic, a strong fire spell that swallowed the bicorn as if filling it inside its tummy. I didn't think that would defeat it, thus Emily and I jumped into the whirlpool of flame. As expected, the bicorn wasn't dead, and it could even react and deal a fierce blow to us. Emily rapidly swung her hammer at it, while I repeatedly loaded my ammo at it. Emily. I immediately fired a healing bullet on Emily, who was being counter-attacked by the dungeon master. When we were in midair, I aimed at her side and shot, so even before we landed on the ground she was all healed up. Thank you, Disu. Don't push yourself, okay? Yes, Disu. Also Celeste, don't hold back and keep firing your magic. This monster won't be fazed by just a measly attack. I understand. We are now on the third wave of attack. With all our strength, we challenged the bicorn head-on. Slowly but surely, there was a response. Though there's an invisible barrier surrounding the bicorn, but with the continuous strong attack that we dealt to the bicorn, the barrier was gradually getting weaker, which means our attacks were effective. After taking a breath of air, we went and attacked again, but the barrier returned to its original state. Most probably, it's a type of barrier that can be broken with a saturated attack. If that's the case, then if we hit it all at once, ... At the corner of my eyes, I caught sight of Celeste seemingly wanting to faint. I rushed towards her, and while embracing her I used the healing bullet on her. Although one healing bullet is sufficient in healing an injury, for mana depletion from using too much magic takes several healing bullets to completely heal up. While embracing her, I pressed the muzzle and fired multiple shots of healing bullets on her. I'm sorry. I seemed to be a burden to you. Don't worry about it. It must have been hard for you to use your magic repetitively, eh? Don't need to work so hard till you faint. Mew. Emily was struggling hard with the boss while I was away from the battle to help Celeste. I grabbed hold on to my gun, helped Celeste to stand up, then head back into the fight. I then rushed towards Emily, who was blown off into the wall. Are you alright, Emily? Something strange, Lisu. Strange? That. Emily pointed at the feet of the bicorn. Beneath the four-legged black horse was a weird magic circle being enlarged. Since when did he activate it? I thought, as the magic circle enlarged till it occupied the entire cave ground. When the hell did it activate that? I have no idea. What's wrong? Mew. Emily stood up and staggered while using her hands to support herself on the wall, and over there was a know-it-all board. When I lift her up, she used her own strength to hold onto the wall, and accidentally activated the know-it-all board. There. Her status was displayed on the screen. 1/2, level, 2240, HP, C, -2, MP, F -2, strength, C -2, stamina, E -2, intelligence, F -2, mentality, F -2, speed, F -2, dexterity, F -2, luck, F -2, dash. All her stats decreased. Besides her high HP and strength, the rest was decreased to the point of reaching the minimum. The one who defiles purity, dash. I was relieved when Emily murmured, I see, so this is the bicorn's trump card. It's this magic circle's power. Whoever is within this magic circle will get a status debuff besides the dungeon master. Are you alright, Yoda-san? Celeste. While Celeste is using Inferno, I went and confirmed my status using the know-it-all board. 1/2, level, 11, HP, S, MP, F -2, strength, S, stamina, F -2, intelligence, F -2, mentality, F -2, speed, C -2, dexterity, F -2, luck, F -2, dash. Seems like any status that is at S would not be affected, most probably because besides me, nobody has a status of S. Maybe I'm outside of this world's calculation. At the same time, my speed, which was originally at A, was affected by the bicorn's debuff and dropped down to C. Even though it dropped, I will continue to fight. Emily, I'll go first. You'll follow after me. Yes, Disu. Celestial, dash. While calling out to her, I quickly fired the healing bullet at her. I'm counting on you for support. Don't push yourself, okay? After giving them orders, I jumped right into the whirlpool of flames where the bicorn is in. Even though this was my first time being affected by this magic circle, but I can already feel the effects it's giving to my speed as it drastically dulled my speed. Even my reload speed is taking longer than usual, and it takes longer to shoot too. I sometimes got into a difficult situation as my attack has dulled and some attacks couldn't connect, but my strength is still the same. Since it's at S, if it hits, it's gonna deal tons of damage. So if I can just hit it once, I think I can defeat it. While having such thoughts, I still can't find an opening. Thus, the fight became a stalemate. Celeste's side. At first, there was no one around Celeste to hang out with. There was no opponent that could tell her off, but rather she was the one who said it to herself. For her, she constantly tells herself to stay firm and not fall. At worst she will tell herself to, please tell me when I'm sick, or, please only fall when I finish the job. Along the lines, she thought that she did the right thing until now, because she had a defective and unbalanced magic. Plus, she doesn't want to burden people by not disposing of the garbage quick enough. Thus she cannot fall right now, as she always thought that she has to work hard all the time. But the guy in front of her told her otherwise, that it's alright not to push herself. It must have been hard to overwork yourself and fall. Such words were told by that guy. This was the first time someone told her off, which strongly struck her heart, and she was drawn into him. For his sake. I want to work hard for his sake. Though she's contradicting herself, it's somehow different compared to before. for the guy's sake who told her that she doesn't need to push herself, before she reaches her limit. She will do her best for him. My power. Celeste brought her strength to the limit, my all. With her bright magic circle, she pushed back the bicorn's magic circle. Yoda-san, if this goes on it's gonna end badly, was what I thought. But for the first time, Emily shouted my name with a loud voice. I was wondering what's going on, so I turned and looked behind me. There, I saw Celeste, who is far away casting a magic. This isn't something normal. The tall beauty's long hair is burning up. Celeste, here I go. The moment she said that, the magic burst. I flew off quickly, while taking a distance from the bicorn. That bicorn is being enveloped by flames, and was swallowed by a swirling fireball, and the magic circle below fades tremendously. Celeste then fainted just like that. Celeste. Yoda-san. Again Emily screamed my name loudly, and a huge shadow is flying towards me. I subconsciously caught hold of it. It was Emily's hammer. Emily, who threw her hammer, immediately rushed towards Celeste. I clenched my teeth, and took a deep breath. For some reason I could hold the hammer firmly from what I thought, thus I firmly thrust it onto the burning bicorn, hammering it down on it. With my S-powered strength, I hit it with all my might using Emily's hammer. With the hammer striking at the invisible barrier, a cracking sound resided and it landed on the bicorn. Soon the flame was gone. The black horse broke and shattered there and then. Only the two horns remained on the ground. As soon as I defeated it I rushed straight to Celeste. Celeste, who was being gently held by Emily, had a really weak expression. It's similar from when I first met her, but this time it was even worse than usual. By using her magic to burn the bicorn, she overloaded her magic, and it's easy to imagine the repercussions. I aimed at her with my gun, and shoot her with multiple healing bullets like syringes. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. I shot her till my entire magazine was depleted, and after a set of magazine it finally cured her. How much did she push herself? But I do understand her feelings. Though I have a lot of things to say, I decided to keep it to myself. Thank you, Celeste. It's because of you that we can defeat the Dungeon Master. Was I helpful? Of course, I'm glad that we brought you along. Celeste opened her eyes, and tears started flowing out of her eyes. What's wrong? It's not like that, because this was the first time someone said that to me. I see. I was slightly shocked. I just remembered that I picked up something just now. Oh right. This is for you. This is? It's the remains of the bicorn. It's probably a drop item. The item that I gave her was the pair of horns that the bicorn had. Its size has been shrunk by half from its original size. It's now the size of a finger. This is for me? Since there's 2 of it, why not give 1 to Emily? No. Only 2 of it together can it be complete as a set. I thought that you might need it more than us. I need it more? Please just accept it. You'll know soon enough. Celeste took the horn of the bicorn from my hand, while lamentably leaving the facial expression of a fox. The moment she received it from my hands, her eyes were wide open. Seems like you know the reason why. Wait, why are you crying again? Celeste, who was holding the horns with both her hands, starting crying even harder, and it made me even more flustered. The bicorn's horn, bicorn horn. Its ability, whoever has it can use level 1 magic unlimited times. For Celeste, who could only use a level 3 magic, I thought that this was a good item for her as she can finally use other spells, but for some reason she started crying again. To that, Emily is gently hugging her and comforting her. Celeste firmly hugged Emily, and continued crying out loud. It's like a child and her mother. This was the kind of scene I'm watching right now. Really, what's going on? Celeste-san, since Yoda-san is being troubled by it, so if you don't let your true feelings out right now, it's gonna be bad. Nano desu. Celeste lifted her face up, and used both her hands to wipe off her tears, and stared at me, and, thank you, slowly, softly, and firmly. That was what she responded. I was stunned for a moment. Thank you? Wait, that means, yes desu? It's tears of joy. Nano desu? Please don't say it out loud. Anything but that. Celeste hurriedly closed Emily's mouth, She's already said it before you could close her mouth. But, now I understand. If that's the case, I thought as I unconsciously let out a laugh. In the end, there were some tough moments, but all in all, I say it was a success as we managed to defeat the Dungeon Master and I also got to see another side of Celeste. TLN notes, Shiro, first off, we finally have a semi-official editor named Hugh. Yes, she will be helping out occasionally for proofreading my horrible grammar and misspelling. She even edited some of the previous chapters, which I'm extremely grateful for, as I'm so busy with RL. So without further ado, please welcome her. 3. Editor Takeover. Hello everyone, I'm Hugh, your new editor. Yes, I'll be helping with your translator's horrible grammar. I've edited and proofread from chapter 29 and above, so if you want to check those out again, be my guest. Enjoy your time here, and have a good day. My notes will be in italics so you won't get confused with the translators. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 47. Inside Shikaro's association tent. The reason why I'm here right now is to report the success in subjugating the Dungeon Master, Vicorn. At first, the person who is in charge, Duke, did not believe me at all, so he sent some to confirm whether I had defeated it, but before he could do that, some adventurers were already moving around inside the dungeon, so he has to accept the fact that we have already subjugated the Dungeon Master. I'm surprised that you're able to defeat even the Dungeon Master. Since the hetero side wanted to waste time by not doing anything, so why not lend a helping hand? Was it a bother? Absolutely not. I know about the Vicorn and its annoying ability that it had, though we have requested to send one of Neptune's family's team to help us out. But Hetero also knew about that and added more rules to restrict the Neptune family from venturing. I'm actually grateful and thankful you willingly went to defeat the Dungeon Master without my consent. I wonder if Neptune can handle it. I don't know about the minor details, since they tend to conceal their abilities so much so that not many adventurers know about it. I sort of understand why they want to conceal it. Even for me, I do not want people to know that I have a S-drop. The person that knows about this is only Emily, although I would not know whether the Neptune family are actually good or just self-declared that they are good, but judging from the achievements they are indeed perfect. I see. Anyways. Thank you so much for defeating it. Since it was such a sudden news, I could not prepare any reward at the moment. The reward would probably be given after Citizen returns to Shikaro. I would not let you work for free, that's a promise. I don't mind, I did it because I wanted to. Then, at least let me voice out my gratitude. I'm really thankful for what you've done. With the words of Duke's gratification and the voices of adventurers who are flourishing outside the thin-layered tent, I thought that I should not leave right now. After leaving the tent, I walked back to Emily's tent. Selen's atmosphere has also returned to normal. Many adventurers are going into the dungeon, and very quickly other adventurers came out of the dungeon while permoshing the cart, heading to sell their loots. The dropped items are brought to the city, and they sell them to the shops, and one by one they carry the money earned from the loots. Watching it was interesting. It's as if this is the world's a microcosm. In a world where everything is obtained by drops, the people's lives are centered around dungeons, for production, manufacturing, and even service. And everything else. Every activity is built around the dungeons. I wonder if this world has any inflation or deflation. Do they also have bubble economy or recession too? If they have, what would it be like? How would the dungeon be affected by these? I was sort of interested by all these. I will look into it once I head back to Shikaro. All these were in my mind while I was walking back to the tent. After returning to Emily's tent, I could see the appearance of Emily and Celeste. Emily is in front of the tent starting up the fireplace. I wonder what she's up to. When I waved at her, she smiled and waved back at me. Whereas for Celeste, she is currently slightly away from the tent. She has her back turned towards me, and as usual she is currently at the place where the garbage is located. Below her feet, a magic circle was expanded. It is the level 3 flame magic, Inferno, where she casted it onto the garbage and burned it up. While the extensive magic has burned up the majority of the garbage, some still remained. This time she took out something from her hand, and raised the two horns. It's the Dungeon Master's drop, the bicorn horn. While raising that up, she cast a magic, and this time the flame was smaller compared to just a moment ago. Even though the flame was small, but with that amount of garbage left, this kind of flame is good enough to burn them. With the mountain of garbage she uses her own large-scale magic, but with the leftover garbage she can just use the bicorn horn and cast some small-scale magic to burn the garbage. After cleaning up all the garbage that was there, a few more garbage was being brought again to the place. Again she used the bicorn horn to burn them, and completely dispose of it. After confirming that she has finally disposed of every garbage, I called out her name, Celeste. "Rita-san." The girl waved at me while having a smile floating on her face. Then she gently walked towards me. I think this is a first for me. When the first time we met, after she finished disposing the garbage, she wasn't as cheerful as the person she is right now. Previously the only thing that I could see from her is that she was always weak and extremely tired to the point of fainting. There are many times where she exhausted herself till she collapsed. "I see that you've just finished disposing the garbage. It's thanks to Rita-san for giving me these pair of bicorn horns. I'm happy that you can make use of it. This bicorn horn is amazing. This is the first time that I can use a level 1 magic for an unlimited amount of time. I only know of items that can only be used for a limited number of times, and after completely using it all up, it cannot be used again." Usable items? There are only 3 places on this world. It is produced from these dungeons that drops special things. Do you perhaps know about it? Special. Is it the special items? Celeste nodded. Now that she mentioned it, in the drop status, there is a status that is named special item. Previously I would not know what this meant, but now I sort of got it. Since there's only 3 dungeons in this world, I really want to go there someday. Somehow I turned around and looked at Celine Dungeon, which is crowded with adventurers and people from the outside. The investigation of the drop is done, and various things happen but we've also managed to defeat the Dungeon Master. I guess I've finished up my work over here. I guess it's about time to say goodbye to Celine. Are you gonna leave? Originally it was Shukuro's association that asked me to come here for a short period of time. It's about time I missed my home, though we have the self-made tent that Emily made which has a similar feeling to our home, but it cannot compare to the home back in Shikuro that Emily has put her sweat and hard work in. I see. When are you returning? After tonight. Probably tomorrow. Since I have nothing else to do here, what's more there are lots of adventurers here right now, I can't really earn any income. Celeste, who is looking down, while biting her lower lip, it seems like she wants to say something. While holding her hands near her chest, she was tightly clenching the bicorn horn. While looking at her, I said, "Do you want to follow us? After I'm done with this place I will immediately head off to Shikuro." After I said to her, she immediately responded. It's almost the same timing. With the words being spoken together, we were both amazed. "When you said you're going to Shikuro, why are you going there?" Even in Shikuro, disposing garbage is also important. If I quit my current job, I can just apply it at Shikuro. You don't want me to follow along? Shouldn't we at least form a party? All of a sudden, inside my head the annoying face of Neptune appeared, and I remembered the words he spoke to me. "The Rita family, I can created something like that for you to join." "I'll join," Celeste immediately answered, while closing in on me. It's as if I don't say it now there won't be another chance. "I'll join. Please create one. I want to dive into a dungeon with Rita-san again." She held on to the bicorn horn even tighter than before, and came even closer to me. She's being serious. As I thought, I should answer her. Let's dive together." Before I forget I should ask Emily. "Definitely Nano Desu." Wow. All of a sudden she appeared behind me and answered. I turned around and saw Emily there, and in her hand was a something she'd just baked. On top of the plate, is a whole cake. How did you prepare that cake? I baked it. But I only see a fireplace there. Yes, Jisoo. Emily smiled gently while holding onto the cake. Once again I faced towards Celeste. While putting her on hold, she was watching me with those puppy eyes. Even though she is a tall beauty that is fit to be a model, she seems like a child who is about to be thrown away. I look forward to our future. Me too, Jisoo. Yes. Celeste tightly clenched on the bicorn even harder than ever, and nodded with her face brimming with a smile. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 48. TLN. This chapter is not for the faint of heart. You have been warned. The agricultural city of Shikoro, where I'm renting a 2 LDK property for 150k euro, and in that place, I'm currently moving Celeste's luggage inside. She'll be living with us before she finds another property in Shikoro. That's why we're moving all her stuff to our home for now. By the way, I decided to stay in Emily's room for the time being. Since it's a 2 LDK, there are only 2 rooms. At first I wanted to let the 2 girls use the 2 rooms, but Celeste strongly refused that idea, so we decided on sharing a room. Obviously it's Emily and Celeste in one room. I'm planning to get an even bigger home once we've settled down. What's more, Celeste has asked to make the Maria family, so of course I would be the one that will have to manage it out. I formed 2 plans. It's either we rent a 3 LDK and the 3 of us will live there, or I would go and rent a 1-room studio above the home we're living and move over there by myself. Why a studio, one might ask? That's because when I suggest to them that if I let them stay at the 2 LDK right now, and buy a cheap 20k apartment by myself, both of them strongly rejected that idea. Plus if I'm the one moving out, then I would have to live in a place 1 rank higher than them. But well, I'm just having these thoughts whilst carrying Celeste's luggage over to our home. Whoops, sorry. Because my mind was full of thoughts, I did not see what was in front of me and knock into Celeste, dropping her luggage. The cardboard box fell onto the ground and opened up abruptly, resulting in a piece of luggage inside protruded. Sorry, was preoccupied with something. It's also my fault for not looking ahead. The fallen luggage. No, more accurately, it's the stuff that came out of the cardboard box. The moment when Celeste saw it, she screamed. She immediately snatched it away and hid it behind her back. I've seen it completely. More like I can still see it jutting out from behind her. The thing that Celeste wanted to hide was also visible when the box was wide open. It's a girl's hobby, which is having fancy stuffed toys. I can't imagine that the image I had for this doll beauty that looks like a model would give off such impression of liking these sorts of things. You saw it? I didn't. Though I immediately responded her. The other side seemed to know that I was lying. With a bright red face, Celeste said, please forget about this ever happening. While pleading me to forget about it, she then rushed into the home to hide it. I blew it. Guess I should follow her from behind. After we finished moving all the stuff, I went out to the city with Celeste and Emily. There's quite a few things to do, but first is to find a job for Celeste. Saying it like I'm already used to this, we first went around searching for a job for garbage disposing. Oi, look at that. Water beauty. Was there someone like that around there? Maybe it's an adventurer that came from outside. Wow. Even though we just started walking for a couple of minutes, we can already hear people talking about us. I do understand their feeling, because I have the same opinion as them. Back when we were at Celine Dungeon, we didn't really have the chance to walk around like this, but now that we are actually doing so, I can sort of see why. Celeste, who has a tall figure while standing straight, with her long and beautiful luscious hair fluttering, is indeed captivating to the eyes. Her beauty is really through the roof that any modifications are unnecessary to display her beauty. A totally eye-catching beauty. She's the most beautiful person I've seen so far. Walking beside such beauty really gave me a sense of superiority. I just remembered. I wonder what she does with those fancy stuffed toys. Does she hug it while she sleeps? Or does she talk with it? Kusu? TLN. S effects of sneeze. After having different thoughts, I unconsciously let out a smile. Isn't that Rita-san? Elsa. The person that was in front of me is the shopkeeper Elsa. As she was looking at me, she had a smile on her face as she gently walked towards me. Long time no see, I see that you're back. I had some business to attend at salon. I've heard of the rumors. I heard that it was a huge success for you. I can also stand proudly that one of my frequent customers is this famous now. Is that so? The rumors are still rumors. There are a lot of things I want to talk to with Rita-san. If you're free you can come by and visit me to have a chat. I got it. I'll do just that. When we finished our talk, from behind she saw Emily standing. Who might that be? There, Emily and Celeste were standing side to side. Since she knew about Emily, so I guess the person she was asking about was Celeste. I'll introduce her to you. Her name is Celeste. Pleasure to meet you. My name's Elsa. It's a pleasure to meet you too. Transition. Your friends wants to be in a family. You mean that family? That's going to be something. Is that so? While Elsa was surprised, but right after she looked sort of depressed, and quickly frowned at me. Why was she depressed? Well, so it's about time that you are going to enter into the 6th floor. Wait, what does that mean? Isn't that the reason why you wanted to form a family in the first place? Well, lots of things happen. I guess my wish right now is to just form a normal family. Yes, Elsa nodded, and with her usual employer smile she explained it to me. When you venture forth after the 5th dungeon, there are various difficulties to take note of, for example the method of defeating the monster, or how to defeat it at a high rate. I see, so that's the reason why we need a license. Yes, normally one would form a team before going to the 6th floor. It's better to challenge it with more people. I see. While nodding, I looked at Emily and Celeste who was standing upright. The both of them nodded back. Since we're here, why not head there now? Conveying with them through eye contact. Thank you, Elsa. I'll bring in the drop items later. Yes, I'll await for your return. After Elsa gave her employer smile, we had a change of plans and decided to head off to Tararu. After Elsa sent her off, she made an envious expression. While having such expression, she was staring at the newly appearing tall beauty, Celeste. Seems like a rival appeared. Ina, don't say such weird thing. It's not like I'm. Ina, who was Elsa's friend, abruptly appeared and said, "This is a common tendency among close friends to meddle on their friends in a funny way. I see, I also want to join his family. Is clearly written on your face. I never had such thoughts at all. If I were to go into the dungeon, I would just be a burden to him. You just don't understand." Ina then leaned behind Elsa's back. The only reason she could do that was because they are best friends. Well, the only thing we can do properly is to buy off the drop items, and if there's any news coming from the dungeon we will be the first to inform, I guess. If we can give them a heads up about the news then I think it's plentifully helpful. I guess that's how it is. Thank you, Ina. It's fine. It's fine. Aren't we friends forever? Ina then gave a thumbs up, and winked at Elsa. I guess this is just how friends help us out, she thought. What's more, Elsa had regained her mood, and the two of them walk out of the shop. Oh, by the way, Ina, you said something about us just now? Did I? You did. Tararu Dungeon, the 6th floor. The first time we step foot in it, there was a slightly different atmosphere around here. Even though it's clearly a dungeon, it doesn't feel like one. There's trees standing around. I wonder why, and though it's slightly dark but I can see something like a sky above. Is this even a dungeon? It's as if we're outside Nano Desu. It looks kind of like salon. I know, right? Afterwards, we walked around the dungeon, and we immediately encountered a monster. It's a huge slime, and 10 other smaller ones appearing together. Mew? There's 2 types of monster. Is this common? You're mistaken. That is that whole thing is one slime. The big one is the main body, and the little ones are somewhat of its hands and feet. You're quite informative, Celeste. I was listening in on some information from someone just a moment ago. Oh, I'm good at these sorts of things, so leave it to me. That's rather helpful. I'm actually rather bad when it comes to collecting information. After sorting out my thoughts I looked at the parent-child slime, a main body and its limbs. If I were to think of it that way, it does look like a parent protecting its children. If that's the case, I guess I just have to hit the main body first. I loaded my gun with the homing bullet and simply fired. The bullet went in a law-defying trajectory, and goes through the child's slime and hit the parent. Celeste's response was odd, though I immediately understood why. The homing bullet was only supposed to aim at the parent's slime and defeat it. But when the parent disappeared, the children also disappeared along with it. Everything vanished, and no, there was no drop at all. There's no drop at all. This was the first time something as absurd as this happened. The reason was, I do not know either, but somehow Celeste seemed to know why. I'm sorry that I cut you off. There's still some other information, right? The parent-child slimes drop is dependent on the number of child you kill. Wow. Only after you kill all the children and then killing the parent will you get the respected drops. So that's how it works. So what you're saying is that if I were to defeat a lot of those child, then I would gain a lot of drops too. That's true, but the more you defeat its children, the stronger the parent gets. If you were to defeat all of its children, then it would become an opponent that is not to be taken lightly. So I just have to be careful of how many I defeat. Most probably, adventurers who are venturing on this very floor would decide on how many children they can afford to defeat as their limit before fighting the parent slime. Well, it's not like they can always get the amount they like all the time, since the monster moves around. What's more, it will obviously attack on sight. Now I see why they want to test us first before coming to the 6th floor. Inside my head, I was currently simulating a way to fight it. We finally encountered a second parent-child slime. Emily, Celeste and I were conveying messages through eye contact. We nodded, and I first used my freeze bullet to attack. I momentarily sniped, and aimed at the parent slime with the freeze bullet, and stopped it for a moment. Inferno. At the same time, Celeste chanted her magic, with her long hair fluttering around while a magic circle is being cast beneath her feet. She casted it towards the parent-child slime, hitting all of them. Besides the parent slime that was frozen, the child was burned in flames. Cracked, the block of ice shattered. Inside the center of the parent slime, its semi-transparent body began flashing with intense light. Emily flew towards it, and on top of her head was her hammer spinning round and round. She aimed at the parent slime and slammed it down. Clink. The sound seemed to be like metals colliding with each other, and the parent slime still looked intact. Even with Emily's full strength, it did not get any injuries at all. But I've predicted that happening too. There was also a reason why I sent Emily flying at it first. Annihilation bullet. We need at least 4 shots. Nano Desu, Yashaya. The moment Emily responded, she kicked the parent slime and left. I, who was on standby, took both my gun and fired relentlessly. On my left is the freeze bullet, and on my right is the flame bullet. When the two of it fused, it will become an annihilation bullet which will hit the parent slime. The bullet hit the slime, and the body that could repel Emily's hammer was knocked back. The slime was wavering back and forth, and finally, as if losing its strength, it fell to the ground flat. After a pon sound resided, pon rhythmically resounded, and a huge chunk of drops appeared. Because we burned a lot of the children's slime to a crisp, there was a huge chunk of potatoes being dropped. That's amazing. We did it, Desu. Emily and Celeste both shouted joyfully, and I secretly fist bumped. And thus a strategy has been made. It was not done by just one person, but with the power of 3 person. It has given us an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. We celebrated the coming of Celeste into Ryota family's first team. With us 3, I wanted to try out more things together. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 49. The next day after we came back to Shikaro, I went to Nonium after a long time. During my stay in Ceylon, the number 1 bullet that was used the most was the flame bullets, so the reason why I came here is to replenish them. The 2nd floor, the monsters here are zombies. Since it has been a long time, I was kinda rusty, and for a moment my body was stiff when fighting the first zombie that I encountered. Smiling bitterly, I took out my gun and headshot it. The zombie fell to the ground, and a strength seed dropped. I used the collection box to suck it up. That's right, If I just headshot them it should work just as well. Calming myself down, I once again took down the zombies one after the another with headshots. While I was walking around looking for a prey, an idea popped up from my head. Before I could finish thinking, my body automatically started moving on its own. The wall cracked the moment I threw a punch right at it. Putting all my strength to my fist, I punched through the wall, resulting in my hand getting stuck in that hard cemented wall. There's a feeling of a living body there. It's the Nonium's specialty. The undead that does surprise attacks. Maybe because I've been diving into this dungeon for quite a number of times, I can somehow predict when a surprise attack is coming. The moment I felt a presence, I immediately did a preemptive attack, and tossed a fist at the zombie who was still coming out from the wall. Wait, this is bad. If I defeat the zombie inside the wall, wouldn't the seed drop inside the wall too? And if I were to so much as touch the seed, it will immediately disappear. What's more, my strength is already at S and it's unnecessary to pick up strength up seeds anymore. Though it was a needless worry, since the collection box totally does its job. I can just place the collection box inside the hole of the wall and suck up the strength up seed. After continuing this process of defeating zombies, I managed to get a total worth of 200 flame bullets to convert. Nonium's third floor. The monsters are mummies. They're undead monsters that have their bodies wrapped with bandages. Though they don't look like it, they're tough. I can't just defeat it with one bullet in the head like before. It often takes some time to defeat them. What's more, I made a promise with Celeste and Emily that I will dive together with them into Turaru's 6th floor during the afternoon. Looking at the time, I don't think I have even more than an hour left. I was at a loss while standing at the entrance of the 3rd floor. I don't have much time. Should I just call it a day? Or should I continue? Let's do it. I remember the things about Celeste, and decided to continue on. First up, I closed my eyes, imagining the structure of the 3rd floor in my head. Then I think of the places where the mummies usually spawn, where they normally spawn, and places where they love to do surprise attacks. Then I added extra time when they would appear again, and finally constructed a route inside my head. In my mind I have formed a route that can have the highest efficiency of repetitively defeating the mummies. Alright, after deciding on it, I went ahead to proceed the plan. Immediately I encountered a mummy. I raised both of my guns with the normal bullets loaded in them and fired both of them to make the fusion bullet strike it right on the head. Without waiting for it to fall, I grabbed it and proceeded. Along the way the mummy vanished, and I quickly grabbed the speed up seed. Speed +1. My speed that had stopped on A is added by 1. To learn from my mistakes when encountering the bicorn, I decided to quickly up my speed to S. Maybe it's because of my characteristics, or maybe that's how the world works. Having a S status in a way is treated as something special. That's the main reason why I'm trying to up it to S. Though my appointment with them will be extremely rushed, I thought that I should at least up it right now. Again another mummy appeared. This time I grasped its neck and lifted up, and proceeded on to the next point while punching its head. Again I took the speed up seed, and my ability increased again. I have arrived at a sort of hall. This time there were 2 mummies. For one of it I used the fused flame bullets to burn it up, and as for the other one I ran towards it. Instead of using my gun, I fought him hand to hand. As you can see the mummy is clearly strong, but I still have the advantage as I have my S strength. I jumped up and landed a hammer punch on it, knocking it on its head. The mummy crashed to the ground. After picking up the dropped speed up seeds, I returned to the other side. The other mummy that was defeated dropped a speed up seed, and nearby it, the wall broke. A mummy came out for a surprise attack. Don Piscia. The surprise once again played back in my head when I was refining the route. For that monster I used the penetrating bullet to defeat it. I picked up a total of 2 speed up seeds, and headed to the next point, and thus I used various techniques to defeat the mummies. After finally increasing my speed to S, I quickly ran to meet up with them and made it just in the nick of time. Turaru's 6th floor. The place is just like the outskirts, and over there we are currently searching for slimes, and slightly away from us we seem to have found one. The area where there is grass and trees are scattered around, We came to a place similar to the wilderness where only rocks and soil could be seen. And one spot on the ground there are holes, and in the holes were filled with water, making the ground muddy. Over there we saw several child slimes. They looked like they were having fun playing in the mud. It's just the children. If you look at it from afar, they look kinda cute Disu. They look like little piglets. Though where is the parent slime? The parent-child slime are always one body, so it must be here somewhere. I see. I guess I should be on Vanguard. When I was talking, the rock in front of us suddenly moved. Wait, it's not a rock. It's the parent-child slime that was covered in mud. It's camouflage. I received a surprise attack because I inadvertently approached a crazy parent and child slime on the mud. The children all came to me at once. I reflexively guard with my arms, and jumped backwards to avoid the damage. Yeah, Emily. When I stepped back, Emily in return jumped in front and attacked them. She slammed the hammer down with all her might, and the mud splashed, making a wet sound. Mud was scattered around. She didn't stop with just that. Once again she swung her hammer down, accompanied with the wind pressure. The mud and rocks and the parent-child slime all sunk into the mud. After seeing that, I immediately jumped midair and hold on to my gun. I shot the freeze bullet, making the mud freeze along with the rocks. It has now become a wall of mud made of ice. The wall pushed back the slimes, and each of them tried to attack the wall. Since it looked like it was cracking a little, I fired another freeze bullet to strengthen the density. At the same time they were rushing against the wall to push it out. Using the 10 centimeters ice wall, I pushed the parent-child slime like a bulldozer. I pushed it to where the child slimes were playing in the mud just now. Like this I finally pushed them together, was what I thought when one child slime slipped past and jumped at me. While using my whole strength to push them, I couldn't dodge it in time, was what I thought, but I could normally evade it. I grabbed the upper body of the slime and tossed it back into the wall of ice. It was quite easy, though I was lost for words. But I quickly understood why. Since my speed has recently been increased to S, I thought that my body was still at the speed of when I had A for speed. Thus I thought I could not evade it on time, but surprisingly I could evade it. Rita-san. Ooh. I kicked the wall of ice and somersault backwards. Inferno. The moment I withdrew from that place, the parent-child slime was enveloped by a whirlpool of flame. The flame melted the wall of ice instantly, and burned the children. And inside the flame, the strengthened parent slime looked like a phoenix while it was slowly heading towards us. I honestly thought it was kinda cool, though I stopped thinking about it and took out both my guns, and immediately fired 4 of the annihilation bullets. The bullets went head-on towards the parent slime, and boom, an instantaneous death. Similar to what happened yesterday, the parent-child slime dropped a huge amount of potatoes. Oh, just so you know, when you defeat all the children and then defeat the parent slime, the total amount you get after selling all those potatoes are worth around 125 Gapiro. It's the amount that we worked hard on. Emily and Celeste walked towards me. The 3 of us looked at each other. Yesterday's victory was due to us working together. For today, we all improvised and managed to exert all our powers to gain this victory. Without saying a word we smiled together, and all of us high-fived each other. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 50. The following morning, I have made my way to Nonium in continuation of venturing into the 4th floor today. Before that I went to the side of the entrance to confirm my status at the Know-It-All board. 1/2, level 1 HP, S, MP, F, Strength, S, Stamina, F, Intelligence, F, Mentality, F, Speed, S, Dexterity, F, Luck, F, Dash. Since yesterday, I had already increased my speed to S at the 3rd floor, so this time it's obvious that I'm going to continue diving into the next floor. This Nonium dungeon is a so-called limestone cave, so it's suitable to call it a cave. The reason why I mentioned about that is cause the 4th floor was similar to the rest of the floors, so I wonder will it change after I reach the 6th floor, which requires a license. As I was thinking about it I continue moving forward. Oh, there it is. Is it another mummy? I was puzzled for a moment, because the monster that I encountered is human-shaped demon with muscular features with bandages wrapped round and round around its body. The appearance is almost similar to the mummies from the third floor. Thus I was wondering whether I'm in the right floor or not. I'm not sure whether it's different, but let's just defeat it to find out. For the caves on this world, all monsters residing in the cave drops basically everything. More or less I have already made this a norm ingrained in me, so the natural thing is to defeat the monster in front of me. I first step forward and using my calf I pushed myself forward and dashed right at the back of the monster and immediately strike my fist into the mummy's side. Its body bent into a shape and flew backwards. Immediately after I aimed at its head and used a penetrating bullet. The bullet exploded the mummy's head and the bandages slowly twirled down on the ground, as if its contents had melted. I have waited for a while, but no drop was present. Even though the monster is gone, the bandages are still there on the ground, but the seed that was supposed to drop isn't there. It's clearly different from the third floor. As I mumbled to myself, this has never happened before because back when I defeat a mummy on the third floor, not a single bandage would remain and everything will disappear. For reassurance I left the bandages there and went to search for another mummy at a different location. This time around I will defeat the mummy using the fusioned flame bullets as they are weak against fire. As I did so, as I suspect only the bandages remained. What's going on here? Having no drop from them is troubling indeed. My drop ability is all S. It is an S that exceeds this world's best A. With my drop being S, everything up until now all the monsters that will never drop anything, I can get a drop. What's more, the item is not from this world. If I defeat it I will get a drop. Because I thought my drop is S. That's why I was troubled by not getting the drop right in front of eyes. Is there an exception even if I have a S drop? While I was groaning, an accident occurred. The monster that contents melting, leaving just the bandages behind. But like a videotape, the scene in front of me played in reverse. This time the bandage was filling in the content and it reshaped back into a human body. The bandages returned back into a mummy and started to attack me again. So that's how it is. I was convinced and relieved at the same time. It's not that I didn't get any drop from the monster, but the fact that I had not dealt the final blow at it. If that's the case then I will just have to defeat it properly. So let's have a rematch with the monster again. I remembered what happened at Ceylon and loaded the homing bullets into my guns. This homing bullet, as the name implies, has a 100% rate of always hitting its target. Moreover, this excellent bullet doesn't just end there but it aims at the weakness of the enemies without acknowledgement, while rapidly firing the bullets instead of circling around the mummy, nor is it heading straight on its weakness, but instead drives straight into the mummy. And at that moment, the mummy ran towards me and hugged me. It was like a bear hug, or like a saba being folded. The mummy broke my momentum while tightly hugging me to break my spine. Little. I grinded my back teeth and immediately swayed the mummy bear hug back and forth. I kicked it off using a front kick and with that momentum I somersaulted behind and immediately drove a flame fusion bullet at it. The flame is burning quite nicely, and insides melted to the ground, leaving the bandages again. Well then, this is where it starts. Since this bugger could revive, I must completely defeat it. Thus I turned around where my back is facing the bandages and fired my homing bullet, where the bullet instantly turned a 180-degree sharp turn towards the bandage and pierced through it. I need to further attack, so I walked towards the bandage and stepped on it, swiveling it around. Since it wasn't fighting back, I picked it up and stretched it. At first glance it looks like a normal bandage, but it was so robust that it doesn't seem to rip it apart. Even though I have a strength of S, I can't rip it apart. If that's the case, it means I just have to use a special method in order to tear it. I feel like something similar like this happened before. I unloaded the homing bullets and loaded another special bullet into the gun once again and threw the bandages into the ground and shot it. First up is firing my favorite flame bullets, but it didn't burn up. Next up I fired my freezing bullets, but it just freezed up and nothing else happened. It can't be. Finally I used my healing bullets and fired at it. The light effect of the healing bullet enveloped the bandages and melted it, even though I was stretching the bandages so hard with my strength. But when I shot the healing bullets, not even 5 seconds has passed and the bandages melted away. And over there a seed dropped. Stamina up by 1. Yashaya. Without thinking I did a fist bump. In order to elucidate this matter, I immediately went to search for another mummy. I went back the way I came from, and saw that the mummy that I defeated a moment ago revived back and was approaching me. I fired my healing bullets, but nothing happened. This time I used the fused healing bullets, the sleeping bullets, and fired at it, but again nothing happened. So this time I decided on a hand-to-hand combat, and did a rushing punch on the mummy's guts and it melted in front me. Afterwards I took my gun and fired the healing bullet at it and the bandages melted, dropping the seed. I sort of got it. After defeating the mummy's first phase, leaving the bandages there, I'll have to use the healing power to deal the final blow at it. Now that I understand it, I'll prepare an abundant of recovery bullet and enter a full-fledged mummy killing spree. Once you understand the method of defeating it, it's practically the same as the mummies on the 3rd floor. Having the same pattern as finding a job, I searched for the mummies, and ended up with my stamina increasing to Nonium 1st floor. Since the time is almost towards afternoon, it's time for the group hunt with Emily's and Celeste. Though before that I wanted to confirm something. While holding on to my gun, I searched for a skeleton. The bullet that I'm having right now is the bullet that I got from the mummy from the 4th floor. The special bullet that I've gotten after defeating the 4th floor's rogue monster. Nonium dungeon is literally a dungeon made just for me. If I normally defeat the monsters, I will get a seed to increase your ability, but if I use the collection box and suck up the seeds and then bring it outside of the dungeon to turn it into a rogue monster, after defeating that rogue monster, I will get a special bullet to use. I'm currently testing out the effect of the new bullet that I gotten from the 4th floor in order to use it together with Emily and CO. Without waiting, a skeleton has appeared. My body instinctively moved because of the countless times I've been in this floor. Even if anything were to happen, as long as I take my distance and just fire the special bullet. The bullet that was fired off exploded in the middle of the trajectory, and a bright light shone. The light went on for about 0.1 seconds, and just like a firework the light extended and burst away. During when the light was shining, the skeleton couldn't move. It's as if it was chained by a light rope, disabling its ability to move. I see, and with my ability to name stuff I hence name this bullet the restrained bullet. How do I use the effect? I won't know until I check the effect and the area of restraint first. Thus, I was really excited as I have a new tool to play around it. With that feeling I left the dungeon.